Good morning and good afternoon. Today is December the 18th, 2023. The time is 12 noon. Golden VCR shall beginneth. Shall we beginneth? I always hate when people use the eth ending incorrectly. It's like you either say it begins or it beginneth. Anyway, it beginneth. Hello and welcome. Hi. Music on. How are y'all? Thank you for your patience. I'm glad you like the intro. Get used to it. It's mostly done in Blender, so I can pretty easily change it and re-render it, but I probably won't. Hello, pulsating autofocus. Bonjour, bonjour. I can't quite remember, Bella, if we said that this was the Christmas stream or if we said that Wednesday was the Christmas stream. You said there was one day you weren't able to make. Wednesday, excellent. Oh, speaking of Bella Bunny and Christmas, there is now, I may have to refresh this, on goldenvcr.com. As of yesterday night, I have added the Bella Bunny Christmas collection. Well, good vibes and good luck with that. We already watched Santa and the Three Bears, and that did get cut out of the VOD due to copyright reasons. But we have Santa and the Three Bears, The Christmas Train, Jack Frost, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and The Christmas Tree. There were a couple of others, Bella, that you sent in that are like, I really love the 1991 romantic comedy Christmas movie. I love the idea of it. I haven't seen it, but All I Want for Christmas. Bella sent in a tape that's like a promotional copy of the movie. And God, I really want to watch an early 90s rom-com Christmas movie, but it is a Paramount film that you can go to Paramount Plus right now and pay money to watch. So I think that's a little over the copyright line for my nerves. Yeah. And then Bella also sent in a VHS copy of the Burl Ives classic claymation Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer Christmas tape. And that's also an NBC Universal thing. They still own the rights. They still probably care about it. You can buy or rent it on YouTube. So that too is a little dicey, unfortunately. But all the rest of the Christmas movies are up here, and they look like really great low budget repackagings of old Christmas cartoons, including. Some of them have really all of the box art is bad, but I especially like Jack Frost. Look at these guys. Look at their eyeballs. It's just such a mess. I love it. There's not even any information on this. I'm curious about Jack Frost. There's not even a screenshot of the actual thing. So that I'm excited for that. That'll be coming up this Wednesday at 10 a.m. Christmas stream. We'll watch some Christmas tapes. But for today, what are we going to watch? I haven't really picked anything out. So, so suggest something, if you will. Anything. Anything you like. Eyewitness Reptiles. Pizza Party sent that in. Ooh, Queen Mother. Yeah, Queen Mother. Portrait of a Great Lady. It's only 53 minutes. That seems like a good choice. I want to, if we can, like, this isn't a hard and fast rule, but I like to, if somebody sent in a tape, I like to be, I like to have them around for it when we watch it, if possible. So Reptile tape, I want to make sure Pizza Party is here before we watch that. But Portrait of a Great Lady. Portrait of a Great Lady from 1989, 53 minutes, presented by David Niven. Sounds excellent. We don't need a poll. I'm executive decisioning this. Let's get this rolling, and then what, for our next tape, y'all be looking at goldenvcr.com. Oh, let me see the poll then. Which lizard do you want to watch? English Monarchy or Reptile tape? It doesn't actually matter. Democracy is a lie. But thank you, Bella. I'm going to go get that tape. I'll be right back. Yeah, what are you talking about? We're English Monarchy. Oh no! Someone wasn't kind. Let's get this in the rewinder. I really need to find more power outlets so I can have the rewinder on camera. Yeah, oh, what else is new? I know what else is new. Well, I believe that the Queen Mother was actually a lizard person, so I'm interpreting Reptile tape as being that tape as well. Things that are new, autofocus. The subscription features on the Golden VCR backend should now be working. What that means is, if someone's, and so many of you have already subscribed, so thank you for doing that. If anyone else were to subscribe, it should give us a notification on screen so that it's easier to keep track of. And the Bella Bunny is now a subscriber. Oh my God! Thank you, Bella Bunny. Thank you for joining the tape club. Oh, amazing! Bella Bunny converted a Prime sub to a Tier 1 sub. Excellent. So what happens now, Bella Bunny, if you were to log into goldenvcr.com, you should now have an additional... Bella Bunny has more Golden VCR fun points than God, because Bella Bunny has sent in lots of tapes. And I also, like, rebalanced the economy at a certain point. I made the ghost alerts cost 200 points instead of 500. But I was giving out points as if, you know, in the old currency scale. Whoa, 600 fun points for Jacebook. Thank you, Jacebook. So anyway, what happens when you subscribe is you get 600 fun points. And the way I understand this works is that when you like, if your subscription renews or if you know, extend it for another month, excellent. Thank you, Bella. The way I understand it is when you can send a message, a resub message, to be like, hey, I resubscribed, hello. And so that, every time you do that, it will give you another 600 fun points to celebrate your next month of being a subscriber. For gift subs, if you give someone a gift sub, they get the 600 points, and then you get 200 points for your generosity. Sub tiers are handled as well. So if you were to subscribe at tier 2, which is twice the price of a normal subscription, then you would get twice the fun points. You would get 1,200 fun points a month. And if you subscribe at Ghost of lurking at work. Thanks for lurking, Toast Grandchild. I love the ghost on a computer. If you... Oh, Luna Gaither, you have gifted a sub to the community. To Aiden Nietzsche. Aiden Nietzsche has received a gift sub. It works. It all works. I love it. Thank you. Thank you, Luna Gaither, for giving out that sub. Yeah, if you were to... Oh, there's already a tape in here. If you give out... If you were to purchase a Tier 3 gift sub, which is 5 times the price of a Tier 1 sub, why would you do that? I don't know. That would be very generous of you, but don't. Then you get 5 times the points every month. You would get 3,000 Golden VCR Fun points. Seal campaign. Haley, welcome. Oh, I was not here. You fed the dog, right? I was not here to feed the dog. I appreciate you feeding the dog. So, what we have here is Portrait of a Great Lady, a video showcase of historic footage. Let's pop it in. Let's get it going. Oh no. Let's put it in straight. Thank you. You are a great lady. Tape 111, Portrait of a Great Lady, featuring David Niven. Let me open the VCR feed. There we go. Ooh, an Interpol warning. That's even more. That's even scarier than an FBI warning. Create, read, update, delete. Crud. It is. Let me turn this down. I love this music. Trill, yeah, it's 200 bits for a ghost. So you can do it through goldenvcr.com if you have fun points, or you can cheer 200 bits with Ghost of the Queen Mother. Not 300. If you were to cheer 300, that would just give you 300 fun points. So then you could submit your ghost from the website.
Endearing stories of our time. The story of a mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, and queen. Originally of Great Britain, Ireland, and the British dominions beyond the sea, but for many of us, just the Queen Mum.
Born with the century, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, has lived a life that symbolizes the lives of millions in Britain and in the lands of which she was, so recently, Queen Empress. In this original video cassette, a fellow Scot who is almost as well known, actor David Niven, guides us through her remarkable and touching story. It opens in the gardens of Clarence House, her London home. Shrill girl with a ghost. Oh God. What's on the hands? Is that peanut butter? Glue hands. Okay. Thank you for the glue hands.
Like this one provide a backdrop for the lives of so many members of the royal family. We expect them to be there. Ooh. Impersonal, though many of them are. But the Queen Mother's houses are different. They help us to know her, particularly their gardens. And I, as a fellow Scot, born only a few years after Elizabeth Angela Marguerite Bowes-Lyon, I feel as though I've known her all my life.
Ooh, this looks like a Dune character.
Indeed, like many people who shared those years with her, I feel that in a way, she lived part of our lives for us. How that world has changed since she entered it. Some writers trying to describe her part in the extraordinary social upheavals of the 20th century have said that she radically changed the monarchy. Well, you know, radical could never be this lady's style. She was born into the landed aristocracy, certainly not interested in change for its own sake. No, I think what she did was simply to keep the monarchy up to date, so that it stayed in step with the century. And all through the glorious years we're going to look back on, She herself manages the sublime trick of changing with her times, while always remaining, in essence, the same. Simple things, friendliness, curiosity, family jokes,
The video
love of
game mother.
flowers
Okay.
have always been her mark.
Not quite.
In 1900,
It's trying,
flowers,
though.
girls, and beauty went together. And my goodness, she must have been a beautiful baby. Look at this sibling.
We're getting so many ghosts. Thank you all for the ghosts.
As a toddler, she'd grown up into the sensible regime of a large Scottish family, close to the youngest, David.
He's just
Enjoying
jumping
reassuring
off of the
public
boat in a
country life,
full
much
three-piece
preferred
suit.
by their father, the Earl of Strathmore.
The
He
Earl of Strathmore.
distrusted fashionable London and spent most of his time on their Hertfordshire estate, or at Glamis, his Scottish castle, in the hills of Angus. By 1914, a grave-eyed teenager gazed at a world that would soon be changed forever. Her own family went to war. One brother was killed. And wounded soldiers came to convalesce at Glamis, where she spent the war. She was amazed, she said, at the standard of their charm and manners and at their sardonic humor. And they were amazed, they said, at her deep, deep blue eyes and her natural charm. And when George V's second son, Albert, Duke of York, came to Glamis in 1920,
Is that Prince Albert?
same charm and poise,
Is he in a
and the
can?
self-confidence that came perhaps from a secure and generous family
Howdy,
life,
Brandon. How you doing?
which captivated him. She was not so sure. She liked him well enough, but she didn't much relish the rigors of public life.
I love the
She
text on
didn't
that.
actually accept his marriage proposal until he made it for the third time in January 1923. The engagement, though, was popular, and the royal in-laws were quite keen. A triumph for Elizabeth, because the king was known to be hard to please.
Don't worry,
And
I'm
you could
submitting
certainly
Prince
say the
Albert in
same
a
of
can
stern
as a
old Queen
ghost alert.
Mary.
You don't have to.
I saw her once as a child when she came to our village, and I got a terrible glare for dropping a large ball in her path. She was very intimidating. But not apparently to Elizabeth, who coped beautifully with her own April wedding.
I feel like we have to pay very, very close attention in order to appreciate all of David Niven's extremely dry, sardonic British wit.
It was London's first taste of pageantry since the war had ended, and everyone adored it.
I'm trying something a little risky here.
Elizabeth did everything right, except one thing.
Okay,
She
that's...
told the reporters that she was blissfully happy, and the king asked her never to give any more press interviews. Royalty didn't reveal themselves to the press.
It was safely hidden inside the can.
The couple soon settled into a conventional routine, duties and diversions of various harmless kinds. Surprisingly, the shy, retiring Duke shone quite aggressively in the doubles at Wimbledon.
So I have to confess, like, I think like most Americans, whenever I saw the Queen Mother, I just didn't know that she was a separate person from the Queen, because they look very similar, and are they both named Queen
She found
Elizabeth?
public appearances difficult. She was always there to help. He was plainly happy.
Is this
She
Queen
was also practical. She found a
Okay,
speech
but
therapist
the Queen
to improve
Elizabeth
his alarming stammer.
who was
And
reigning
his
until
confidence
recently when
grew.
she died? That was Queen Elizabeth II.
Their home
right?
address was now Piccadilly, rather grand, but they also spent time in Scotland. The freedom of forfeit, an honor for her father, was an occasion not to be missed.
Because wasn't... Okay, so she wasn't... Because Queen Elizabeth I was like the one from the 1500s. So there wasn't a Queen Elizabeth between Elizabeth I in the Shakespeare, in the time of Shakespeare, to Queen Elizabeth II.
In 1926, their first baby was born.
Ah, okay.
Another Elizabeth, with that same flawless skin and those
This is her,
blue
yeah.
eyes. No one dreamt this was a very special baby, except the parents, of course. And even they never dreamt how special.
Gotcha. So she was
It wasn't
the
always easy to arrange for this new daughter.
she
or
was the
second
queen, but not
Margaret
the
Rose,
not the
4 years
reigning
later,
monarch.
To enjoy the constant
She
company
was
of
the
their
spouse
parents.
of the reigning monarch.
However important these rituals may be for grown-ups, babies don't enjoy them, and sometimes have to be left at home. Bertie, as Elizabeth's husband has always been called in the family, grew less self-conscious about this sort of occasion. But still they were irked when official duties got in the way of their own family life. And never more so than when an overseas tour was arranged. By all accounts, this was a harsh parting from their 6-month-old baby, and tears had to be hidden from the crowds, as well as the sailors of HMS Renown. A trip to Australia and New Zealand in 1926 was nothing remotely like the here today,
It
gone
even
tomorrow
says on the
jet
back of the
whirl
box,
modern times.
David Niven, a fellow Scot.
Triumphant arrivals, loyal greetings, motorcades, of course, but 7 whole months away from home and baby. Still, Bertie was looking good, visibly growing in confidence and stature, especially with that elegant, nay, chic lady beside him.
I love how the baby is a statue that's also like fading into the table like Casper the Friendly Ghost.
Coming home was exciting, but in a sense it was, of course, back to work. By 1930, a second daughter, Margaret Rose, had arrived.
Scott Ghost.
Elizabeth's parents' golden wedding was an excellent reason for the young Princess Elizabeth and her friends to meet the great Scots comedian Harry Lauder.
David, middle name Niven, last name a fellow Scot.
And the new baby, Margaret Rose, was shown off to her own folk. And so the public life continued, presenting, inspecting, greeting, congratulating.
Okay, so her name colloquially
The
was
Duchess dressed well.
Lady Elizabeth
High
Bowes
heels,
Lyon.
off-the-face hats, fashionable but practical in her public role. As the children grew, they played their part too, learning to be dignified and part of the public family, in happy times and sad ones, like their grandfather's funeral.
London is in the past, and the funeral train has brought the sovereign head of the House of Windsor back to rest in the royal borough whence the family took its name. He has come from the cares and worries of imperial London, home to the calm and quiet of his secluded Windsor. The procession is formed anew. King Edward and his brothers take their places behind the coffin, while the Queen drives in a closed landau.
I grew up heating water in the microwave for tea.
The Queen, in
But
her
now that I have a
morning,
kettle, an electric
mounts
kettle,
the
it's much
steps,
better.
And alighting after her from the carriage, we may catch a glimpse of Princess Elizabeth, who has had no part in these sad ceremonies.
The death of King George V had meant the immediate accession of Edward, Prince of Wales, Albert's popular, handsome, and somehow modern brother.
These are such
But
like
what kind of a kingdom was his going to be?
1930s
Industry
received
in deep
pronunciation
depression.
accents.
3 million unemployed. What would a king be able to do that a government could not?
His Majesty tours distressed areas in South Wales.
It was a marvellous reception which the King received in South Wales on his visit to the long-suffering communities of that depressed area. The loyal people of his old principality gave him a tumultuous greeting, all the more sincere because it was realized that the idea of the visit was the King's own, and sprang from his real concern for the distress of this sorely tried region. But His Majesty brought hope to replace despair. Something will be done, the King said.
But this something was beyond kings, certainly beyond Edward, distracted as he was by a love affair with Mrs. Wallace Simpson, a striking American woman who, it soon appeared, was not only once divorced, but currently married and heading for a second divorce. Nowadays, the crisis this much publicized affair caused may seem hypocritical, but then the standards were vastly different, and it divided ordinary people as well as churchmen and politicians. In the end, the politicians said the king could not marry a divorced woman. The king said that if he could not, he would abdicate. If he abdicated, Bertie was next.
Oh, the penguin's back.
This decision has been made less difficult to me.
I love the penguin.
By the sure knowledge that my brother, with his long training in the public affairs of this country, and with his fine qualities, will be able to take my place forthwith. And he has one matchless blessing, enjoyed by so many of you,
I do have
not
to.
bestowed on me.
I want to add alerts for the cheers too.
A happy
Trill cheered
home
15 minutes ago.
With his wife.
So
and
she's
children.
lurking at work, but her hands are covered in glue. Oh, the ghost of glue hands. Awesome.
Very shortly, Edward left.
That's where the
England
ghost
for
of
France,
glue hands
and there
came from.
married Mrs. Simpson.
It would be
ado,
easier
the
for me to pay
machinery
attention
of
if I
state
had them on
lumbered
screen.
into action.
But thank you for the 300 bits,
The
Trill.
Lords spiritual and temporal of this realm do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the high and mighty Prince Albert
I love the
Frederick
PDA
Father
penguin.
George is now become our only lawful and rightful liege lord.
Behind this facade of pomp and pageantry, the Yorks were shocked and fearful. And on the eve of their coronation, Elizabeth and her beloved Bertie spent long hours alone in St. George's Chapel, Windsor, deep in prayer.
Defender of the faith, Emperor of India.
The English monarchy is so strange.
God save the king.
I've been listening to a really good podcast about the history of the English
Publicly,
language.
Elizabeth appeared steadfast and
That's
calm,
gotten me.
but she knew
It's
what was
exposed
at
me to
stake.
a ton of
Albert's
English
peace of
history,
mind
from
and their
like
precious family
Roman
privacy.
through Anglo-Saxon
Meanwhile, the
through
newsreels
Norman
prepared the nation
times,
for the
onward and
spectacle
onward.
of coronation.
And it's just weird to see how much it's changed, but how much they've held on to that doesn't make any sense at all.
And gowns such as this creation of Norman Hartnell's will
King
be worn
Edward in
by
a
the
trash
great ladies of
can.
the land in Westminster
great.
Abbey next May. But the gown itself will be almost lost under the magnificence of a robe with which Dame Fashion has little to do. Tradition sets the standard, and even the details of a peeress's coronation robe, fabric, measurement, and cut are all dictated by the President of Centuries. A duchess's coronation robe was displayed by Revillon Frere at a reception held for the Rainbow Charity Ball, at which appropriately the Duchess of Gloucester will be present. The jewels worn by this lovely would-be or should-be Duchess are valued at £30,000.
People, English people, have you ever thought about bringing back the Witan, the ruling council that elected Anglo-Saxon kings,
Magnificent poise through the gilded salon.
and the Bretwalda,
No doubt that the Queen Mother,
the overlord of the
although
different
only
kingdoms?
5'2", looks extremely well in formal gowns. Even so, a coronation is not just a mannequin parade.
Coronation.
So the rituals of dress and procedure are enshrined in tradition. A new queen could do little to alter traditions of this kind, but Elizabeth was sensitive to the personal feelings of the participants. Tradition said that a dowager queen should not witness the crowning of her husband's successor. Elizabeth made sure that Queen Mary would be there in Westminster Abbey. The family took a bow from the balcony, of course, and the princesses were not forgotten.
A fellow Scot. This is By all accounts, a 53-minute tape.
Ceremony is a formidable test of stamina.
We're at 18 minutes.
For the new King George, as he chose to be called, and for Queen Elizabeth, it had also been a test
As a
of
reminder,
their resolution.
you can find all of the tapes we are able to
Before
watch.
them now lay a lifetime of demanding public
goldenvcr.com.
burdens, roughly and suddenly
Think
thrust
about
upon
what you
them.
want to see next.
The authority of the monarchy had been shaken by Edward's abdication. The new king and his consort helped to restore it. Edward had been racy and glamorous, but he would not sacrifice his private objectives to be a public king. They were neither racy nor glamorous. They were family and reluctant, but they would sacrifice
What a horrible
their public goals to be
full-sized
public
child
king
mannequin.
and queen. They saved the day.
Ah, okay. You choose a regnal name. I mean, Albert sounds more German than George, so I'm sure that was part of why he changed it to George. If they changed the House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha to House
A
Windsor.
picture of gracious majesty, the Queen. Among the most charming subjects ever made of gracious royalty is this film of the reception at the Piccadilly Theatre, when the National Council of Girls' Clubs, of which Lady Eleanor Keane in the flowered dress is chairman, give a gala performance of ballet and are privileged by the attendance of their patron. You know, grace is one of those feminine qualities which the 20th century has underrated. Perhaps under Queen Elizabeth's example, we shall see more of what is graceful and gracious as time goes on, and society settles down to a true appreciation of woman's new liberties.
The end. These women in the 1900s are terrible. The end. And now we get Nazis. Hooray.
Unfortunately, the 20th century was marching in quite a different direction. Under Hitler, Germany was rearming.
Aus all unseren Betrieb und Werkstätten, aus unseren Fabriken, Kontors und Büros, da ist mir das Herz so aufgegangen, da habe ich so recht gefühlt. Das ist unser Deutschland, das ist unser Volk, unser herrliches deutsches Volk und unser liebes
Charles
deutsches
the
Reich.
Last. The final Charles.
A royal visit to France was deemed desirable in 1938, and although elegance and style were apparent on every occasion, the real objectives of that visit were not lost on peoples or politicians. The Queen, though still in mourning for the death of her
Yeah,
mother,
I guess it sounds cheery,
decided
but
to
it's
dress in white rather than black, and the French,
military
appreciating the
parade
gesture,
music.
dubbed her the White Queen. Her new couturier was Norman Hartnell, and this was the beginning of a lifelong
Fox only,
association.
no items. Final Charles. I do want to see a
The
Smash
reality
Brothers style
behind this
fighting game
charming
that's
costume
only
pantomime
European monarchs.
Was Britain seeking reassurance from her allies, checking the strength of ties forged in the war only 20 years earlier. They were soon to be tested in the fire of a new conflict.
I want a fighting game where you can beat up Napoleon as Queen Elizabeth II. There's probably already Mugen stuff for that. Yeah, the Sudetenland. Classic example of give them an inch, they'll take a mile. That's why we don't appease fascists. I remember learning that in school. We don't appease fascists. Charles V with a chin smack.
While the royals politely consolidated the empire's friendships in France, Prime Minister Chamberlain had been flying to Germany, trying to curb the Führer's hunger for more European territory.
As a little boy, I used to repeat,
If at first you don't succeed,
Appease fascists.
Try again. That's what I'm doing.
This Hitler fellow seems like he's on the level.
To Munich went the hopes and fears of the British people.
When the King and Queen go visiting in Battersea, be sure that the world doesn't tremble, troops don't
See,
march,
in the
nobody is
90s,
threatened. The head of the greatest institution
there
in
was
the
still
world, the
a
British Empire,
unanimous
mingles among its
consensus that
poorest
fascism was
subjects. By
bad.
a few simple words and kindly thoughts spreads happiness. The washing is in the yard and the kettle is on the stove when the King and Queen enter Mrs. Bush's home at Lambeth. The Queen, with her flair for the expert question and her gracious smile, shakes hands as she passes from flat to flat and shows her intimate knowledge of the housewife's problems.
And then, suddenly, the crisis of 1938 seemed to be over.
This morning, I had another talk
Oh,
with
hey,
the
Pizza
German
Party.
Chancellor, Herr Hitler,
We might do Reptiles next if you
And
want
here
to.
is the paper,
It seems like a good break from...
which bears his name upon it as well as mine. We regard the agreement signed last night and the Anglo-German naval agreement as symbolic of the desire of our two peoples never to go to war with one another again.
On the surface, tension relaxed.
Listen, we can all still agree. If you don't agree, get out.
Organizations which sprang up during the crisis are to go on, notably the Women's Territorial Association.
Unfortunately, you really can't tell the story of 20th century Europe
And the
without
Auxiliary Fire Service will continue its canvass for
touching on
volunteers.
this chapter.
Official public duties were resumed as if nothing had happened. But at the launching of the great new Cunard liner, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen urged people to pray for a just and peaceful solution.
I love how this turned into like a magic card. We have some communist
Soon it
bloc
was time
history,
to be off again,
but the only tape
to
I have
rule
that
the
fits
old
that bill is
Commonwealth
about
and the new
Jehovah's
world
Witnesses
in
being
Canada and the
persecuted under
United
Stalin.
States. The newsreels found a way for the family to study the itinerary together. It was a new concept in informality, deliberate in outline, improvised in detail.
Dog. We needed that dog, man.
The farewells are formal, of course, very well behaved. But perhaps you can feel a pang for the children who know they're being left behind.
I'm pretty sure the
And
image
mother
generation
who must leave them.
model is just going to outright reject anything with Nazi in it. I'm trying to do a corgi standing atop a trampled Nazi flag. Canada? Is it Canada?
The Canadians' greeting was enormously enthusiastic, but still very conventional, controlled. A lot of soldiers about, people in uniform.
Oh, I love the levitating corgi with glowing eyes.
Of course,
eyes
in
in
this
the
news
void of
film, the
space.
King and Queen look formal too. But the King was now increasingly master of the situation, whatever the circumstances. And as for the Queen, well, she had a surprise up her sleeve. Two more formal ceremonies in Ottawa, the Queen broke away from the small official group of top people to talk to some war veterans she'd spotted among the assembled spectators. It was an unusual move for royalty, and she's never stopped doing it. Nor have the royals succeeded.
We stand on guard.
Looking back, we can see now the significance of spontaneous gestures like these. They excited admiration and delight in the old empire, but also how little weight they carried in the harsher political atmosphere of the new Europe. Because even as the old empire applauded itself, across the Atlantic, the new dictators were getting the same treatment. Hitler and Mussolini had struck up their unholy alliance. And while their troops were moving into Czechoslovakia and Albania, King George and Queen Elizabeth had crossed an undefended border between Canada and the United States. It was more than 160 years.
I like O
after
Canada.
America's Declaration of Independence.
I like the Star Spangled Banner too.
Long enough.
It makes me think of baseball more than anything else. The tune is an old drinking song from like the 1600s.
Are going to be important in the years to come, and this visit was an effective reminder to both parties.
To Anacreon in heaven where he sat in full glee, a few sons of harmony sent a petition that he their inspirer and patron would be.
Of the richest nation on earth.
It's about a bunch of drunk people. It was the theme. It was like the theme song for a club of
Secret Service
men who drank.
The car could hear what they were saying.
One of these like
the effect
secret society-ish clubs that was super popular in the Enlightenment era. And it was just like an ode to the Greek god of getting wasted, or the Greek god of music, or something like that. Some sort of muse.
An American columnist nominated the Queen Woman of the Year. It was a successful visit.
It was
It could
Anacreon.
do nothing to dispel the gathering storm clouds at home.
Oh, he was a poet, notable for his drinking songs and erotic poems. So these Enlightenment era Englishmen were calling back to the Greeks.
Defense measures were based on Britain's
then
experiences in the First World War.
The American
Gas
revolutionaries
attack was
were
a real threat, and
calling
everyone
back to
had to have a gas mask.
English drinking songs.
Immediate mass bombing seemed likely to follow a declaration of war, so shelters were dug everywhere, even in Hyde Park. And into this atmosphere of anxious preparation for nobody knew what, the royal party returned. Congratulations and kisses all round, of course. But Prime Minister Chamberlain's greetings must have been tempered by his anxiety.
We do not tell the media that we are happy, but we kiss gleefully
Very
in public.
soon, the royals, too, were involved.
Their Majesties visit the army. What a wild time for like the entire industrialized world to be mobilizing for a big-ass war with each other.
When the bell finally tolled for war on September the 3rd, 1939, the awful shock had not been lessened by the months of suspense.
This morning, the British ambassador in Berlin handed the German government a final note stating that unless we heard from them by 11 o'clock, that they were prepared at once to withdraw their troops from Poland, a state of war would exist between us.
I thought Neville Chamberlain had this on lock,
I
though.
have to tell you now
He assured us.
that no such undertaking has been received,
Peace in our time.
and that consequently this country is at war with Germany.
I thought we appeased the fascists.
2
Oh,
months
right, we
later,
weren't supposed to do
there was a
that.
sad irony on the occasion chosen for the Queen's first broadcast. Remembrance for the First World War was combined with a rallying call to women for the Second.
War has at all times called for the fortitude of women. Wives and mothers at home suffered constant anxiety for their dear ones. Their lot was all the harder because they felt they could do so little beyond heartening through their own courage and devotion the men at the front. Now this is all changed, for we, no less than men, have real and vital work to do. To us also is given the proud privilege of serving our country in her hour of need.
One of my favorite movies is
In the cause of civil defense, their Majesties lend
1984.
equal encouragement. Wherever they go, in this case
The
to
one they
inspect
made in
local ARP
1984 with John Hurt and
they
Richard
evince the
Burton.
keenest interest in all that they see. The Queen, as ever, looks
And
charming
it's
and receives
like-
the warmest of greetings.
All of this like wartime British newsreel footage just reminds me of that. Like I can see Like Orwell was a child during the war, and his
Of course, there were complex plans for dealing with air raids.
a lot of his
air raid precautions,
writing
shortened
like
to
shows
ARP.
the scars
And before
of
the
that.
air raids actually began, after a year of what was called the phony war, it seemed that everything was under control.
Their Majesties see for themselves that no
Oh, that's
effort
right,
has been
yeah.
spared to ensure that their loyal subjects are protected to the fullest possible extent.
The first days and nights of the onslaught were the worst. The Ministry of Information, an unthinkable organization in peacetime, had been hopelessly optimistic.
Welcome back, Jimmy. Or hello, Jimmy. We've been watching
During the worst times of 1940
Portrait of a
and
Great Lady.
1941, when night bombing with incendiaries was at its height,
We're currently
the King and Queen were frequently to be
very
found
thick
scenes
into
of
World War
greatest
II.
destruction within a few hours. In the worst days of that ugliest of all winters, they brought hope. I'm sure there are men and women alive today, people who were made bereaved and destitute in a single night, who remember the comfort of that gentle smile.
Don't worry, the good guys win.
London burned, but battled on. Then it was Merseyside, Coventry, Portsmouth, Birmingham. Not many escaped. Buckingham Palace itself was hit.
Yeah, there
9
were
times.
Nazis and there was
Now
hellfire.
we can look the East End in the face, said the Queen. And the royals picked their way over the rubble of their own home. The great wartime Prime Minister Winston Churchill told them, "This war has drawn the throne and the people more closely together than was ever before recorded."
He did the Churchill voice.
A bombed palace and a bombed house are two different things, but there's no doubt in my mind that Churchill was absolutely on target here. George and Elizabeth saw themselves clearly in these times. They were symbols. The nation was gritting its teeth, and they gritted theirs. Whatever the enemy might do, their place was with their people. The Queen's children could have been evacuated to Canada, but the nation's children had only been evacuated to safer parts of Britain. So it was in Britain that the princesses stayed. The Queen went to visit the nation's children in the country. She was then, as she is now, instantly at home with them.
Yeah, a lot of people who lived through World War II did not talk about it.
After 1942, the bombing slackened for a while and life became
None
more
of my
better.
grandparents ever really talked about
Diversions
it.
with the children living at
in any
Windsor were
detail.
possible.
I don't think it was very common in that generation to like talk about.
By this time,
Talk about your
informality was
feelings.
established as the keynote of any account of royal life. And Princess Elizabeth's 18th birthday.
So by the time I was a kid, they had been, repressing everything for 40, 50 years.
Please come along to my birthday party. Come and have a royal cup of tea. So the king came, the queen came, and all the lords and ladies came to see her.
As ever, the family were together. And it was about the values of family life that the Queen spoke to the women of Britain in her wartime broadcast of 1943.
Yeah, that's a hell of a statement from your grandpa, Haley.
All of us women love family life, our homes and our children. And you may be sure that our men overseas are thinking just as wistfully of these homes as we are. Some of the dear and familiar homes they left behind, others of the new homes they mean to make for the young wives of the future. These men both at home and abroad, are counting on us at all times to be steadfast and faithful. I know that we shall not fail them. The King and I are grateful to think that we and our family are remembered in your prayers. We need them and try to live up to them. And we also pray that God will bless and guide our people in this country and in our great family throughout the empire, and will lead us forward united and strong into the paths of victory and peace.
At last came 1945 and victory in Europe. The
Hooray.
end was in sight. In London, the palace and the family became the focus of people's joy.
I mean, what a collective trauma to go through together as a people.
And Prime Minister Winston Churchill's appearance on the famous balcony was a royal gesture to acknowledge his enormous contribution to that victory. He had become a symbol in his way, too. But his fame as an outstanding war leader, politician, and international statesman didn't save him in 1945.
Here is the state of parties up to 3 o'clock in detail. Conservatives, 180. Labour, 364.
The Labour Party's great victory shows that the country is ready for a new
I don't have an
policy
informed
to face new world
perspective on
conditions.
that. But I imagine, like,
leaving politics and austerity behind, the family made their first trip.
The primary value of the royal family being,
where
like,
Britain's sovereignty was already under attack.
binding people together in a shared sense of culture. Like, the
princesses, Elizabeth and Margaret,
had a
enjoyed
lot
the
to do with, like,
diversions arranged for them.
propaganda and morale, which are important things in war.
The happy ending in Cape Town was a present of 21 diamonds from the people of South Africa for the 21-year-old Elizabeth. They must have got wind of her engagement to Prince Philip of Greece shortly after their return home. The glittering Westminster Abbey wedding was a special indulgence of the Queen's. But the occasion was overshadowed for her by worry about the King's health after the exhausting African tour. He spent a short time in hospital.
I'm very grateful indeed for your welcome and for your kind reference to the King. I'm glad to say that he continues to make most excellent progress.
Yeah, I mean, as an American especially, the monarchy seems really silly to me, but I can understand why, like, in the midst of World War II, wouldn't be the time to be like, let's abolish the monarchy.
Part in the formal celebration of the couple's silver wedding. Londoners enjoyed the occasion as usual, and everyone could hear the King's message of greeting and thanks broadcast that evening by the BBC.
For the 25 years of supremely so happy married life which have been granted to us. Looking back over those years, nobody can deny that they have been full of difficulty, of anxiety, and often of sorrow. On me, in my endeavor to fulfill my appointed task, they have laid a heavy burden. I make no secret of the fact that there have been times when it would have been almost too heavy
but for the strength
We've got about
and comfort
10 minutes left.
which I have always
Portrait of
found
a great lady.
in my home.
In 1948, Charles, their first grandchild, was born. At his christening, 3 generations.
Oh, it's
Mother,
that Charles.
Grandmother, and great-grandmother could all hold him in the same room. The king had only just recovered from another bout of illness. It was worrying for the Queen. But he stayed well until 1951 and spoke at the Festival of Britain ceremonies.
This festival as a symbol of Britain's abiding courage and vitality. I declare the Festival of Britain open and wish it a universal success.
But the respite was temporary. By September of the same year, the Queen knew the truth. The King was dying of cancer of the lung. It was the only time, the story goes, that she ever tried to avoid a palace crowd by going in by a back way. It must have been agonizing for her to know that however successful the operation to remove the King's left lung, he would never recover.
Is this the king where they just like the doctor
and together
euthanized him early so that they could print it in the morning newspapers where it would be more dignified instead of the evening edition?
He never saw his daughter again. 7 days later, he was dead.
They didn't find this out until like the 80s.
Queen Elizabeth found herself widowed at the age of 51. At the funeral, she was fortitude itself.
God save the Queen. The king is dead. Long live the Queen. I like how the Emperor of Space has American flags on the stage.
Elsewhere in the kingdom, the busy ferment of life is hushed in a 2-minute silence.
I guess we're going to take over the galaxy one day. I've been, not to ruin the moment of silence for the king, but those lions in Trafalgar Square are huge.
In Parliament Square, the observance of the silent tribute is deeply impressive.
I went to London. I've been to England once. It was over Christmas, like near Christmas. And I went to Trafalgar Square, and they had the lions. There was this roving gang of people dressed in Santa costumes.
Some wounds to heal.
That were
when the new Queen Elizabeth
caroling, but they were singing like "Oops, I Did It Again" by Britney Spears, and they were all like standing drunkenly on top of the Trafalgar lions.
Abbey, just as her mother had done.
And those lions are bigger than you'd think. It was great. I regret that I didn't get a picture of him.
Elizabeth, consort of the late king, rises to pay tribute to Elizabeth, Queen.
Okay, so this is when Elizabeth has up to this point been the queen consort. But now she is the queen mother.
The crowds, the cheering, the balcony, inevitable parts of the tradition of royal occasions. Perhaps the air of relaxation, the generous smiles, and the family feeling marked the influence of the Queen Mother. Well, that, of course, was the beginning of a new Elizabethan era. 1953, the year Everest was climbed, the year of the first 4-minute mile. But for Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, as she had decided she would be called, it must have been a very difficult time. Only memories of the man she'd loved and supported so long, the splendors of the royal way of life and all its occasions now gone from her, so to speak, to be embraced by her daughter. She must have considered the possibility of a discreet retirement from public life altogether. She came to live here, in Clarence House, in the heart of London. Of course, it had been her daughter's house before, so they really only had to change places. It was built in the early 19th century by the great London architect, John Nash. You can see Buckingham Palace just down the road if you look out the back gate. The Queen Mother loves this garden. The geraniums are her favorite London flower. And that bed of fuchsias and heliotrope is never changed. She's been an important grandmother, always ready to look after her elder daughter's children when the Queen and Prince Philip were away on royal duties. Margaret's children, too. She's provided support and comfort to 2 royal generations, besides her own. She also bought a small, rather crumbling castle in Scotland. People thought she might retire there and simply cultivate her garden, but she didn't. Churchill was one of those who persuaded her to resume some kind of public life instead.
Showing off those ankles.
Perhaps she didn't need much persuading. She's an active, vigorous woman. And in any case, she'd been brought up on the idea of public service. As someone once wrote in another great British institution, the London Times, she lays a foundation stone as if she had just discovered a new and delightful way of spending an afternoon. The blood royal is an odd thing, full of magic for many people. I mean real magic. And so they surround it with ritual and...
A while back I fell into a YouTube rabbit hole of people who live on narrowboats.
Mistress of the art of accepting this,
because there's like an extensive canal system
showing by some utterly
in England
gesture that she knows
where you can you have to
really all about.
Pay for a license, but then you can they have water stations and everything all around.
The importance to people of all these openings and closings,
looked really
ribbon
fun.
cuttings and bouquet givings.
I mean, I wouldn't want to live on a narrowboat forever.
To mark our achievements.
It seemed
not
like
just the things we accomplish by ourselves, but
to do.
The things we do as a group, a team, a people. And so on these occasions, a royal personage, a royal person, a royal, comes along as a symbol of the whole nation, perhaps, to say, well done. Or as the Queen Mum often says, isn't that lovely? We sometimes forget that it isn't so long ago that the monarch was very remote from the people, and the royal presence was a very infrequent and remote blessing. Not anymore. Not since the Queen Mum began to change.
Blessed by the royal presence.
Well, one wonders.
What a strange culture you have over there.
To transform our idea of royalty, so as to embrace the entire royal family, great-grandmothers included. I think this shows great wisdom. And let's remember, it was done with the help of one astonishing gift, which has everything to do with the affection which she inspires, and which was lavished on her from all corners of the world during her 80th birthday celebrations in 1980. She looks at you, and many, many people can testify to this. She looks at you as if, at that moment, you were the only person, or at least the most interesting person in the world. And that's it. Always outgoing, giving, and a couple of things that actors pray for, as I ought to know.
Blessed by
A
the royal
complete
presence.
absence of stiffness.
She
or
died in
embarrassment.
2002.
And a wonderful
March
freshness
2002.
in her reactions. It's professional. I think she would appreciate that word. But it's also pleasant, kind, and loving.
It is doubtful that any member of the royal family ever generated as much affection and loyalty as this great and gracious lady, nor that any narrator could portray her, from Edwardian schoolgirl to stately and vigorous widow, more feelingly. Is it reptile time? What do you say, pizza party? Ooh, Jeff Films. Thanks, Jeff. Excellent. The end. There's so much good 80s and 90s promotional music on these tapes. Aw. Rest in peace to Ninja. It is going to be reptile time, I do believe. Let's... Eyewitness. Reptile. Howdy, Brad. We watched The Queen Mother. We got a lot of European history in the 20th century, which includes a lot of Nazis in World War II, and then a lot of British family fun facts. So that's all you missed. The Eyewitness tapes? Yeah, apparently it's a series based on a book. Oh, shit. Haley's into this. I'm going to go grab this Reptile tape real quick. I have not been to the post office yet. I'm going to either go today or tomorrow to make sure things are there. Eyewitness Reptile. Also not rewound. It's times like these we appreciate Toast Grandchild for sending in this beautiful Ambico brand VHS video cassette rewinder. And let's get the Great Lady back in her box. Oh. Yeah, it does say... So the box of this says 53 minutes, and the tape actually says approximately 90 minutes, and there's more tape on the reel. But it very clearly gave us the end. So I'm pretty sure the rest of the tape is just blank. Oh no, Brad, is a big part of your job being on calls with people? Losing your voice is no fun. Queen Mother bloopers. You won't believe this hilarious footage of our beloved Queen Mother falling on her ass. Ooh. We got some computer animation in here. Graphics director Elisa Robbins. The Eyewitness video series is a co-production of BBC Wild Vision, BBC Lionheart Television, and DK Vision in association with Oregon Public Broadcasting. And we are rewound. Okay, Haley is speaking very highly of this tape. This is Eyewitness Reptile. Based on the revolutionary book series with 21 million copies sold, Eyewitness Video is the ultimate guide to natural history. Journey into a three-dimensional, oh god, I love this already, virtual museum, where live-action photography creates the sensation of being inside the picture. State-of-the-art special effects and stunning graphics bring the natural world to life. This is from 1994, apparently. Beautiful. Okay. And this one was sent in by Pizza Party. And this screening is dedicated to the memory of his bearded dragon, Ninja. Let's do it. VCR. Tape in. Go, 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 go. Eyewitness. Reptile. Haley says the intro is gonna slap. I believe it. Oh geez. Also, I forgot I still need to make the ghost alert. Case insensitive. I forgot. So if you cheer for a ghost, make sure you write ghost of in all lowercase like Brad just did. And thank you, Brad, for the bearded dragon. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, they're compositing in footage of the... Wait, I remember this. I don't think I saw this in school, though. I think many years ago, Haley pulled this up on YouTube or something as a nostalgic memory.
Reptile, mysterious.
Narrator Martin Sheen.
Monstrous.
Oh, yeah.
The name means things that creep, and that's just what they've done, crawling and slithering into
Martin
the corners
Sheen.
of
This
our
tape has everything.
They look like creatures from fiction, but with reptiles, fact is far stranger than any fiction. Reptiles come in 4 families. Lizards and snakes, fascinating and foreboding. Turtles, slow and strong. Crocodilians, monsters of the waterways. And the one and only Tuatara, the living fossil. What is a reptile? All reptiles have scaly skin.
It's a lizard grass.
It's thick and watertight. Like a raincoat in reverse, it keeps the water in.
Is corn a reptile?
Reptiles are cold-blooded. They get their heat from basking in the sun, making them the original sun worshippers. In effect, they're solar-powered. At the start of the day, all
that
a
is
reptile
indeed
can
Martin
do
Sheen.
is just sit there, soaking up enough energy to get moving. But it's a very efficient design. Since they get 80% of their energy from the sun, reptiles need far less energy to come from food. They can stay in one place rather than chasing after the food like warm-blooded mammals. And what if they get too hot? Reptiles always find a way to cool down. They might hide under the sand, or clamber into the shade of a convenient rock.
Ooh, lizards worshipping the sun. That's great.
The crocodilian family gapes just as dogs pant to release excess body heat.
Just get in. Just crawl right in.
This creature goes into workout mode to stop the hot sand from burning its feet.
Thank you for the pull, Bella. You have a lot of power, but I trust you
in all
with it.
shapes and sizes. There are lizards that are larger than a human, and others smaller than a beetle.
Put baby
There are
crocodile.
6,500 different types of reptiles, each sculpted by the fine art of adaptation to fit its environment perfectly. Like the Moloch or thorny devil, a threatening, vicious monster, only on the outside. It's a member of the largest reptile family, the lizards, and lives in the desert where those spines do more than just deter predators. They collect dew for the animal to drink. Or the basilisk, named after a mythical medieval beast that could kill with a single look. This animal is harmless, it's light and athletic, and has frills on its feet which help it literally to walk on water. That's why it's sometimes called the Jesus Christ lizard. Geckos have adapted brilliantly.
Don't worry, I am
Their
submitting
feet
the
are like
Jesus
suckers,
Christ lizard.
covered
You don't
in
have
millions
to.
of tiny hairs that will grip almost anything from any angle. Of the 4 families of reptile, turtles are by far the slowest. The top recorded
Just giving
speed
it away
for
for
a
free.
giant tortoise is only 16 feet a minute. But as in Aesop's
It does tend to
fable,
generate
the hare and the tortoise, slow and steady,
like different,
often
you know,
wins
you'll
the
get
race.
different things every time, even if you
The
submit the
turtle
same
has a
prompt.
unique adaptation. Its backbone has become a shell. It's actually part of the animal's body. And when that body belongs to a giant tortoise, that's a big, tough, and heavy shell. It's so tough, and giant tortoises have such strong muscles
Oh, that's nothing,
that if it
man.
would let you, you could use one as a jack. Yes, these creatures that can live for over 100 years could support more than a ton of metal.
No turtles were harmed.
Maybe that's why thousands of years ago, people in Asia Minor believed that the Earth was held up by a tortoise. Sea turtles have adapted to the oceans wonderfully. They can stay underwater for over 3 weeks at a time without taking a single breath. Not something to try in your local pool.
Ooh, this is a Brandon Bracker semicolon 33P.
move,
Yep, that's
they
Chaz.
really move.
33P //.
One theory explaining these marathon migrations claims that millions
Thank
of
you.
years ago,
Thank you,
when
Brad, for
turtles
the ghost
evolved,
cheer.
The continents were much closer together. Although they drifted apart over the millennia, turtles have instinctively returned
guess
to
this
their
is a
breeding
better
grounds,
Jesus lizard.
no matter how far away they are. It's not just great distances they travel. They can dive to great depths, too. Deeper, in fact, than most modern submarines.
We strapped
The reptile family
bomb to this
closest to the sea
tortoise.
dragons of myth are the
Taught it to swim
crocodilians,
into Russian
embracing
submarines.
alligators, caimans, and of course, crocodiles. With their huge smiling jaws and watery eyes, they're as old as the dinosaurs and perfectly adapted to life in the rivers. Their tails are their motors, their feet are their rudders, their skin is an iron hull, and when they move, they strike like lightning. A fully grown crocodile can lie submerged for well over an hour waiting for prey.
Ooh, the world circle. I actually learned a fun fact recently about
So they have to
crocodiles.
twist and literally
Apparently,
tear
in
the
like
meat off the
the
carcass.
classical and medieval era, it was believed that like crocodiles would sing like a siren to lure people to them, so they could eat them.
But these killer jaws can also gently
And
cradle
then
a baby.
They would devour the person.
Crocodilians are one of the few reptiles that look after
What
their
is
young.
this pizza party?
And with protection like
Ghost
this,
of
who would
Flying
dare
Spaghetti
take
Monster.
the baby from
Thank
the
you.
jaws of its mother?
Crocodiles would lure people
jaws
in with
that
this
show the
beautiful
difference
mermaid
between a
song,
crocodile
and then
and
eat
an
them.
alligator.
And then when they were done devouring them, they would
alligator has a
weep
more rounded
for their
snout,
victim in
and its
pity
front teeth
that they had just
stick
eaten.
out. Alligators
And so
are
that's where the
smaller,
phrase
too,
crocodile
and are only
tears comes
found
from.
in China and America. They were mistakenly named after the Spanish word for lizard, el lagarto.
Oh, I just learned this too.
Their appetites are smaller too.
The History of
unlike
English
the largest
podcast I'm
crocodile,
currently
the saltwater, which will eat almost
learning about
anything.
the New World.
A 2-ton giant named Sweetheart tried to eat more than 20 outboard motors. The people in Papua New Guinea believe the crocodile is the creator of all things. Young men are swallowed up and regurgitated as adults. Hence these teeth marks on their backs. Even their canoes are carved crocodiles carrying people, just as crocodilians carry their babies on their backs.
Ooh.
But
Oh,
don't
I like the
ignore
tiny
this
baby
sign.
crocodile in the
Would
corner.
you really want to swim with a crocodile? In fact, they're more at risk from us. Maybe those fabled crocodile tears aren't so insincere after all. The ancient Egyptians relied on the Nile for their lives. It was the source of all their prosperity. But swimming in the river of wealth was the crocodile, a deadly reminder that the gods were still in charge. So they worshipped crocodiles and gave Sobek, their god of fertility, the head of a crocodile.
Ew, lizard.
The largest reptile family is made up of lizards and snakes. Snakes evolved from lizards, appearing after millions of years of changing shape and losing their legs.
Ooh,
A
3D
snake
animation.
is long on length and short on width.
Also a
Its
horrifying
internal
ghost of
organs have been
RGBT.
rearranged like carriages on a train. Windpipe, heart, small left lung, long right lung,
Why,
long
though?
liver, long stomach.
Why is the
long
right lung
intestines,
so much longer?
long kidney. And holding it all in, a long, long spinal cord with rib cage. The biggest snakes can have 400 vertebrae, each with its own pair of ribs, and each of these helps with locomotion. Some snakes seem to slither, but the sidewinder truly has a style all its own. It steps across the baking sand with only 2 parts of its body touching the ground at any time.
That is pretty neat.
Snakes don't just use their muscles to walk. Many use them to squeeze their prey to death by constriction. They do this by literally crushing their prey, tightening their hold with every breath the victim takes, slowly but surely suffocating it. They're so alien that snakes have a special place in mythology. From ancient
Ooh,
Greece,
I had to
where
write a
serpents
paper
were
on that
sent
sculpture.
to kill Laocoon and his sons, to the fearsome snake pits of modern
They had a
adventure
replica of
films.
it at a museum in Savannah.
But the classic image of Terra is the Greek Medusa, a gorgon with snakes for hair. Even after she was decapitated by Perseus, just one look was still enough to turn anyone to stone. In the Bible, the snake is the symbol of evil, tempting Eve with the apple.
A great ghost. Thank
Even
you.
a snake's forked tongue seems to carry a threat. Something Hollywood has given lip service to in its movie monsters. It's not real, of course, but it is great entertainment for lounge lizards everywhere.
Chaz has received a gift sub from someone
What the tongue is
who
doing
I will
isn't
get
vicious
an
or
event
threatening
about.
at all.
Jacebook. Thank you,
It's just
Jacebook.
tasting the air, gathering information for a sensor in the roof of the mouth called Jacobson's organ.
Thank you very much.
It's like smelling, but a lot more accurate. Snakes can use their tongues to pinpoint prey and follow its trail, however fast or slow it is.
So that means that Jacebook just got 200 fun points, and Chaz now has 600 fun points that he can use on goldenvcr.com by logging in with his Twitch account. Thank you for your contributions. And I'm so glad that my
Lizards
subscription
also
alerts
use
actually
their
work now.
tongues in various ways, like cleaning their eyes. Very useful, as many don't have eyelids for blinking.
Oh my god, that's cute. That's really adorable and really off-putting.
But when it comes to tongues,
at the same time.
chameleons can silence any challenge, for their tongues are like an extra limb, longer than their body, and they can use them to catch prey.
I love the sound
They
effects
have
that they
eyes
always
that
add to the
move
chameleon.
independently, so that they can look in 2 directions at once. If humans tried this, they'd just go cross-eyed. For a chameleon, it means 100% accurate tracking of prey, making the tongue the reptile equivalent of a guided missile. Perhaps what chameleons are most famous for is their ability to change color. One chameleon
Seeing a
can be
chameleon
any
just
or
makes me want to
all
play
of
Mega
these
Man
colors.
X. Sting Chameleon. It's a
But
great boss
reptiles
design.
don't actually see color very well. They see movement.
You got to use the Boomer Coanger missiles on him, I think.
We're safe from the monster if it doesn't see us.
I do not play video games on this channel.
A snake charmer's music isn't charming to the snake. It's
I
too
have
high-pitched
occasionally.
for
I
any
don't.
snake
I haven't
to
done it
hear.
lately, but I have
The
it
snake
in the
is really
past
swaying to
done
the
video
movement
game
of the
streams
pipe.
on
It
Wasabi
would strike
Milkshake.
if the pipe would stay still. Even without the pipe, the snake is still mesmerized by movement.
It is kind of a hassle to have 2 separate Twitch
Reptiles
channels,
wear coats of many colors, although they themselves can't see them.
but it would be kind of
Color is another form
incongruous,
of
I
adaptation.
think, to do video game streams on Golden VCR.
protection from birds and mammals that can see color and prey on reptiles.
What the hell? I love the wonky perspective of this one. A chameleon dressed in, yeah.
Color can serve as
Aston
a
Villa
reptile's
jersey.
first line of defense.
We do have one VHS game.
Provided it remains in its color-coordinated natural habitat.
I don't know if Tony Hawk Pro Skater would count as a videotape, but we do have the Agatha Christie murder mystery game that I believe it was Toast Grandchild
Camouflage
sent in.
works to conceal reptiles from their prey, helping them to make that vital strike.
We could absolutely do like a game stream.
Sometimes it's better for all concerned
A
if
VCR
everyone
game
knows
stream.
who's who and what's where. A rattlesnake rattles to say, "Don't tread on me." And peccaries know better than to tangle with a rattler.
Martin Sheen is just so good at voiceover. See you, Bella. Thank you. Thank you. I'll see you on Wednesday if you're around for the Christmas tape stream.
A coral snake doesn't have to shout to be noticed. Its color announces its deadly poison. Red, yellow, and black are nature's primary warning colors. But some appearances can be deceptive. This frilled lizard looks vicious and threatening, but it's all bluff.
Does it really
Behind
sound
the
like a
skin and bone
stock
frill
sound
is a
effect of a
reptile
hawk?
far more likely to turn tail and run. The armadillo lizard just puts its tail in its mouth, making it very difficult to eat. Some tails are a bit too long for that, though. It's when it comes to mating, however, that reptiles display some of their most bizarre
snake sex. I wasn't sure if we'd get into snake sex today.
Plowshare tortoises jousting over a female resemble a pair of tanks, aggressive characters coming out of their usual shells.
It seems like a dangerous thing to do with the tank.
The outcome of all this is the greatest reptile adaptation
turtle
of
sex.
all.
Yeah, do they really grunt like that? I feel like they just had the
Reptiles
Foley
were the first
guy
animals to leave the water for good
doing it
and
with
stay on land.
just going
But they only accomplished this
making his
giant
best
leap
turtle
by
sex
taking a
impression
bit of the water with
into
them.
a microphone.
So wherever a reptile lived, however dry it was, it still had some water for its very young babies. A drop of water and a bag of food.
There are multiple people in stream who are
Every
turtle
tiny
sex
hole
experts.
So air
Turtle
could get in
sexperts.
without water leaking out. We're talking about eggs. Reptiles were the first animals to lay eggs with shells. They invaded the land and could live anywhere, thanks to eggs. But that doesn't mean growing up is easy for a young reptile, far from it. From the thousands of eggs laid here, only 5 males will survive to mate, and 5 females will live the 30 years it takes to mature and return to lay eggs of their own, because these babies are easy prey.
Oh, what a long boy. He's so precious.
On a group of islands off New Zealand, the 4th and smallest reptile family, the tuatara, had few predators to contend with. There are only 3 species of Tuatara.
I mean, it's
and
got
they bear
pretty
the
great,
closest resemblance to
pretty
ancient
great 3D graphics.
Now they're in danger of becoming extinct.
And a really stylish presentation style.
Because almost
and
1,000 years ago, humans arrived,
That's
bringing
3 things
animals
right there.
that were new to the islands, including predators that could invade Tuatara burrows and eat their eggs. Most species adapt over millions of years to life with predators. Not so with Tuataras. So this living fossil, with a vestigial third eye on the top of its head to sense light,
it has
metabolism so slow it can go
other
up to
eyewitness
60
videos
minutes
listed on the
without
back of the
breathing,
box.
is in danger of
Eyewitness
breathing its
amphibian,
last
eyewitness
and
bird,
vanishing
cat,
from our
dinosaur,
world.
dog, elephant, fish, horse, insect,
animal that
eyewitness
still
jungle,
hasn't appeared in
eyewitness
New
shark,
Zealand
and
is the
eyewitness
snake.
skeleton.
They've only been on the Earth as long as the mammals and birds, almost as though they evolved
Deb has sent us
specifically to hunt
eyewitness desert.
They
Awesome.
certainly have a special technique for dealing with bird eggs. The snake's jaws are expandable to fit the egg in. There is a muscle to help swallow the egg. There are special spikes on the inside of the spine to break the egg, so the tasty contents can be eaten and the crushed empty shell regurgitated. Finally, the jaw is put back together with a lazy yawn.
Eyewitness skeleton.
Some
You witness
snakes
skeleton.
also have special heat-sensitive
We all
pits in
witness
their lips
skeleton.
for detecting warm blood. It's like seeing infrared and makes striking with those feared venomous fangs all the easier.
I like how it became an
the hypodermic needles
H.R.
of the
Giger
reptile world.
or a venom.
In fact, less than a
Somehow.
quarter of the world's snake species have venom that is harmful to people. And many of these are now milked for their poison to create anti-venom.
God, the inside of their mouth is so
It's
fleshy.
injected into horses, where immunity builds up in the blood, which is then used for serum against the snake bite. Nevertheless, there are still 30 to 40,000 human deaths each year from snake bites. One of the most venomous snakes of all is the sea snake. This one isn't tying itself in knots. It's rubbing against itself to shed or slough its skin.
Yeah, the horses can survive the
Reptiles
venom
grow out of their skins,
and produce
shedding it
antibodies,
like a
and then
garment
they get
that
the
no
antibodies
longer
out of the
fits.
horse's blood.
And because of a snake's shape, all it has to do when it changes skin is just crawl out of the old one. This leaves behind a ghostly double. It looks as though the snake has been reborn, so snakes have become the symbol of eternity.
I don't think setting myself to family friendly.
The
It would
Hindu
restrict our
god Vishnu
choices.
lies in heaven in the coils of the eternal serpent.
I would have to have a lot more anxiety about what comes up on the stream. I don't think mucus would be family
The
friendly.
cobra is a symbol of fertility for Shiva and his wife Parvati.
It seems like a very subjective thing too, like what is and isn't family friendly. I know there's like guidelines,
The
but
Australian
still,
Aborigines believe that the mother and father of all creation,
It's ultimately a
including
judgment
humans,
call.
is a snake. In the West, the sign of Aesculapius, the Greek god of medicine and the modern symbol of health and healing, is a staff with a snake wound around it. But reptiles can't be contained by myths and symbols. They're larger than life.
oh my god, can I make that an animated emote? The lizard shooting fire out of its nose.
The Komodo dragon, a real live dragon, is the largest lizard in the world. It's 13 feet long, weighs 300 pounds, and is genuinely fierce.
Oh yeah, I need
its
to.
saliva is toxic.
I need to work
so
on
it can
emotes soon.
kill just by biting, and then waiting for
I was
its prey
thinking
to drop
of-
exhausting from infected wounds.
I was thinking
But it
of
usually feeds on animals
picking
that are
some
already
meme-worthy elements from videos that we've watched and cutting them out to make emotes. And then if we need to like make them prettier from there, maybe doing it myself or hiring
The
an artist.
alligator snapping turtle, also the stuff of.
But I figured just to start, I would crop out some stuff from videos. Does anyone have any
Can weigh
ideas?
as much as a grown man and eats.
I know I've asked in
anything
the
it can
past,
get.
but I need to like compile a list. I'm gonna put Duncan from
The
Donut
alligator
Man on
snapper
there.
lies disguised on the riverbed, mouth open,
we need a
its
Dan,
worm-like
perhaps.
tongue luring unsuspecting prey. In parts of Europe, they now lurk in ponds and streams.
VHS tape.
Whatever gets too near is
Something
snapped.
seal-related.
And that can be anything from a small fish
Like
to a human hand.
the Y mouse. I think an alert maybe would be the prayer bear turning around with the sign. That would be a good one.
The Chinese honored dragons as lawgivers. In the Manchu dynasty, everything used by the emperor was described in terms of a dragon.
Something
They even believed a
related, yeah.
dragon introduced the art of painting to China. The constellation Draco was named after a dragon hovering in the heavens.
Yeah, I think I...
Knights like St. George fought dragons.
I was
in
thinking I might be able to
London,
use
hence
the
their
golden
use as a
VHS
symbol
tape
in
for
heraldry.
like
European
subscriber
mythology
badges.
cast dragons as evil, fire-breathing monsters that roam the countryside, kidnapping maidens and hoarding great
Bloopers
treasures. Perhaps because the early Christians were eager to
kind of
demonstrate their power over the natural world. So legends came to show the very image of Christian virtue, like the German Siegfried who slew the dragon.
What would
and
the
sought
bloopers emote
boundless
be?
power
Just
from
like
its blood.
an animated one where it just cuts between different grotesque faces of old people.
Now our attitudes towards
Laughing
nature have
uproariously.
changed, but we still hear stories of superhuman struggles against monstrous reptiles. In the
to
early
my home.
1900s, a reward of $1,000 was offered by the New York Zoological Society for proof of a snake longer than 40 feet. That's now worth $50,000 and still hasn't been claimed, because despite assertions to the contrary, snakes don't grow that long. The record so far is a reticulated python at 32 feet. It's just another one of our projected images. It's not humans that are most at risk from snakes.
It's a lizard
Lizards
movie
live
theater.
the nightmare that given the opportunity, a snake won't hesitate to make a meal of its reptilian cousin.
I think for like emotes and other like graphical assets for this stream, I don't want to use AI stuff, just in keeping with my pro-human artist policy. So if there was like a really good ghost that became a meme, I would want to like pay someone to do an artistic rendering of it. There's also like, you know, skill involved in making something look good as a tiny emote too, that you know, there's value in that in and of itself. But for the moment, my budget for this is pretty low, so I'm just gonna do, as a first pass, cut stuff out of videos and you know, do my own art. Why does that happen? Sometimes the overlay resets itself, and I don't know why.
Yet
Slightly
just when
concerning.
it seems all is lost, some reptiles have one more twist, literally, to their tail. Many lizards can shed their tail to evade capture. It's a final resort.
I still have all the tapes.
It's just one more reason
Why do they
reptiles
keep
have survived
making
so
fire
long.
come out of the
One
lizards?
more adaptation. One more way in which the truth about reptiles is stranger than the myth.
Extremely squashed CG intro. I love it. This is some good tenor sax too. Bill Butt. His name's Bill Butt. Did you see that? That guy's name was Bill Butt. Butt. Ooh, wireframe. Hell yeah. We were digging that wireframe in the 90s. Oh my god, we get a whole new... We get this again, I love it.
The Eyewitness Museum, created by combining traditional filmmaking techniques with state-of-the-art graphics.
Oh, I love this!
Stripping away the mysteries of nature and science.
Oh my god.
To reveal the essence of each subject. Bringing the world into sharp focus. The making of Eyewitness.
Are we getting a featurette?
The distinct style of the Eyewitness books is the basis for each of the programs. Each half-hour episode is based on a book title.
I was commenting
The
recently
Eyewitness
how I
book's
wanted to
visual
find more
style
content
gives the
about
program makers a starting
90s
point and a
CG.
challenge. The challenge of transferring the clarity and super realism into moving images and sound.
Did you get to watch this part in class, or did they cut it off when everyone started laughing at Bill
Now let's
Butt?
take a look behind the scenes at the making of Reptile. The Eyewitness Museum was developed to house a wide range of subjects under one electronically generated roof. We started with the architecture.
I think that's 3D Studio.
With an electronic building, staircases and elevators are not needed, just the most exciting route. The objects in the museum also
Yeah, that's
needed to be
3D
built.
Studio for DOS.
Once programmed into the computer,
Which
the
became 3D
plane
Studio
is
Max.
as good as real and can be lit and viewed from any angle. The final choice rests with the designer.
You have to wait for the computer to render your wireframe every time you move the
Museum
camera.
can show us the distant past. To a computer, a dinosaur is as real as the aeroplane. The computer can give us an exciting building and models, but more is needed. Real animals. Incorporating live action into the museum was the biggest challenge.
Yeah, really, they did not have like camera tracking or motion control. or any
Just
of that.
building the underwater room took weeks and combined several layers of film, graphics, effects,
It's all
and
just
specially shot fish.
Plates and chroma keying. Yeah, and no, it looks great. This was what, 1994?
The final element for the title sequence was the music. With so many varied rooms and animals, the brief was complex. The music is our only guide to the museum in this sequence, both in terms of movement and location. For every visual move and piece of action, a synchronized music cue was needed.
God,
As
they
well as
like
providing a
scored the whole
musical feeling
intro.
for the whole series and the Eyewitness motif.
These 90s fly-throughs are great, but they do get nauseating if you just play them on loop.
One of the memorable images from Reptile was the car apparently jacked up by a giant tortoise. Convincing though it looks, the car was not actually held up by the animal, but by a breakdown truck.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear that.
By tickling the tortoise's neck, our specialist handler encouraged it to lift up its shell.
Professional tortoise tickler.
A movement used to great effect in the final cut.
This is great. I'm so glad they included this.
How did some lizards evolve into snakes? In the Eyewitness Museum's
yeah.
X-ray room, this was graphically illustrated with the use of 3D computer animation.
Morph.
By plotting the changes on a computer, millions of years of evolution were shown in a matter of seconds. We used another electronic process to tell a shorter story. This time it wasn't really the snake who removed the lizard's tail, but an image manipulation computer called HAL.
HAL. Tortoise tickler. Eyewitness series. Cat, reptile, bird, fish, eyewitness dog, eyewitness amphibian, eyewitness elephant, eyewitness dinosaur, eyewitness horse, eyewitness shark, eyewitness insect, eyewitness jungle, eyewitness skeleton. Wow. BBC Lionheart Television, Dorling Kindersley-Vision. Yeah, that was a trip. I'm glad it unlocked some nostalgia for Haley and anyone else who saw that in school. And thank you, Pizza Party. That was really cool. Okay. Tape number 2 down. Eyewitness Reptile. Are they all narrated by Martin Sheen? Oh, you can, yeah. Hi, chat. Hello. What are we watching now? Actually, I was pulling up, if y'all have any ideas, shout them out. I was pulling up the like favorites, the favorited tapes list again. And we have, from top to bottom, 15 favorites for The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, 15 for Folk Art, One Stroke Video Library Series, Volume 2, Basic Fruits and Animals, 14 for Reader's Digest, Australia to the Orient, 14 for the California Raisins, Meet the Raisins, 12 for the Van Gogh Passages, 10 for Out of the Jungle, Coping with the Reality of Teen Peer Pressure, Content Warning, Teen Suicide, yeah, Scottish Fiddle Orchestra in Canada, Virginia, yeah, I'm kind of interested in the Virginia one too. I think it was fairly short. Temple of Deliverance. This is a sermon. This is going to be a sermon. Okay. Let's do, let me see if I'm going to make a poll. And we're going to do, so it's going to be between, Virginia's Great Plantation Homes, unknown runtime, but it looks very short. Someone paid $25 for this. Jeez. Unconditional lifetime guarantee. Wow, we could still get our money back. We could maybe get $25 out of Finley Holiday Film Corporation if we don't like this tape. It's an unconditional lifetime guarantee. There's Virginia's Great Plantation Homes, which will be short, and we'll have time for more stuff. Or, what else did we say? Was it California Raisins? California Raisins. I will make the poll. The poll is watch time. Virginia House. Raisin Sing. 1 minute. Start poll. We can watch both of these probably, so just pick the one you want to see next. Ooh, we've got some good travel videos, including a bunch that Bella Bunny sent in. We've got sports tapes. We got religion tapes. We're not going to watch Stalin tape because we already had Hitler tape today. Watch time. Ooh, it's somewhat close, but it looks like California Raisins are in the lead. Where did that one go? Here. Will Venton Productions, Meet the Raisins. Their first performances and more. What an absolute hoot, raves the Philadelphia Inquirer. Raisin Sing has won the poll. In the magic of claymation, which was a registered trademark, AC Stretch, Bebop, and Red. All right, I'll go get the claymation, the Raisin tape. I don't know what the copyright IP situation is with the California Raisins. I remember they were very huge back in the 80s and early 90s. I had California Raisins bed sheets on my bed at some point as a child. But, yeah, we'll see what happens. Be right back with the tape. Are you ready to meet the Raisins? It's a king-size collection of claymation laughs. The ever-popular California Raisins make their performance debut in this all-new fun and fabulous claymation film. Meet the Raisins is the hilarious story of the California Raisins' struggle to the top. You'll meet AC, Bebop, Red, and Stretch, the 4 Raisins who started it all, and experience unforgettable performances in some of the most outrageous venues ever, from seedy honky-tonks to zany game shows to icy igloos on the Arctic Circle. Together with a wacky cast of claymation fruits and vegetables, you'll discover how this sensational rhythm and blues supergroup from California captured the music-loving hearts of millions. Meet the Raisins is an original rags-to-riches story that delivers unparalleled entertainment for the entire family. Like its stars, Meet the Raisins is fun, hip, and cool, so you'll want to see it over and over again. It has been rewound. And the running time is only 28 minutes. This is from 1988. I'm not sure how musical it's going to be. I assume it's got plenty of music in it. Let's do it. We good? Ooh, a T30 tape for a 28-minute production. This is high quality right here. Here we go. Meet the Raisins. Are you ready to meet the Raisins? Yeah, we don't need no filthy DVDs here. Okay, it starts out on a slave ship, apparently. That's great. Oh, it's a Ben-Hur parody.
Dip, 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 boom, 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 get a job.
Well, when I get the paper, I read it through and through, and my girl.
I'm turning this up a little more.
There is any work for me.
Ben-Hur, the film some say sank the movie career of those world-renowned recording artists AC, Bebop, Stretch, and Red.
Mara, glad you could be here.
California Raisins. These 4 working-class musicians have risen from garden variety band to pop phenomenon. But what are the roots of such genius? From whence doth it spring? I'm your host, Cecil Time, and in the next half hour, we'll examine the career of this colorful bunch to discover the answer.
The animation on that carrot was pretty impressive. Like the full body stuff that was, you know, they were like animating the motion of his hands as he spoke and everything. Weren't the California Raisins like a marketing thing for the California...
The Raisins musical
raisin
history begins with 2
like
brothers.
people who are growing grapes and selling raisins.
Shows young AC and Bebop Arborman at play.
This was a golden era of agricultural propaganda. We had milk ads all over the place.
We bear fortunate witness to the youngsters' discovery of tonal resonance and harmony. As youngsters, did you enjoy practicing?
There was
Depended on who got in the first
there used to be ads for the Egg Council.
No pain, no gain.
We just have songs about eating eggs for breakfast.
AC and Bebop have learned to sing without beating the daylights out of each other. Their cousin Red, a transplant from Modesto, now joins them. Soon, they are performing at school functions, a bona fide, serious trio.
Even then, music was the most important thing in my life.
The only way he could get a date.
Later, the Raisins add a bass singer and dub themselves the Vine Elves. Their lack of business representation impresses a hustling young vegetable named Rudy Begerman. He becomes their manager.
Rudy got us our first paying gig.
Only cost us $10 apiece.
How did I get the career launch? What are you, nuts? It would have been easier to launch a cement canoe. When I met these guys, they were nothing but pure, unwrinkled talent. Now, what could I do with that?
This is very ridiculous.
They needed some props and some...
I had the bed sheets as a kid, but I never saw any of the claymation films.
Life could be a dream if only all my precious plans would come true. If you would let me spend my whole life loving you, life could be a dream, sweetheart.
Every time I look at you, something gets on my mind.
They were a hit like Band-Aids at a cactus convention. But I'm telling you, there was something about that bass singer. I don't know, just something about him didn't fit in somehow.
Emmanuel Pinky Pitfall, known simply as Zoot, and clearly the best-looking member of the group, is dropped. Stretch Thompson, leader of an all-bass quartet, is named as Zoot's replacement.
Hard feelings? No way, dude. I always dreamed of working on an assembly
I really love this Fish
But I
Factory.
still write songs. You want to hear my latest? I write the songs that make the whole world sing.
Dude, now there was one bitter grapefruit.
Yeah, too many preservatives, if you ask me.
About the group's first appearance on television. Question, too much, too soon?
Soon, schmoon. Hey, the only way a pro learns is by throwing himself against the wall until he sticks. Hey, who needs Carson? I put him on a show that demanded talent.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, God.
I'm Ed McMillan, along with our hostess, Miss Banana White, welcoming you to Talent or Consequences. Okay, with no further ado, let's welcome our first
Does he just,
contestant,
is that
a guy with a real
just a necktie on his
Mr.
fly?
Cobb Caraway.
Oh, more corn.
Remember me, but I remember you. 'Twas not so long ago. You broke my heart.
What do you say we keep this act up?
Caused by you.
Oh, sure. Our contestant does lose today, but he gets to come back next week and try it as a group. And next, all the way from California, the Vinyl! Fellas, you look sharp. Let's hope you won't be flat. Banana, hold that rope tight, huh?
Oh, they're so cute.
And take it away!
Womp bomp loo bomp lomp bomp bomp tutti frutti, oh Rudy, tutti frutti, oh Rudy, tutti frutti, oh Rudy, tutti frutti, oh Rudy, tutti frutti.
I thought that ghost image was horrifying but adorable.
Yeah. That song went to the top of the most requested list the very next day.
Okay, according to Wikipedia, the concept of the California Raisins was originally created by advertising firm Foot, Cone & Belding for a 1986 Sun-Made commercial on behalf of the California Raisin Advisory Board. It became wildly popular. They were produced by Venton Studios using their claymation technique.
This headline becomes the group's new name, yet the California
Oh, that's right. They released albums. They had a Saturday morning cartoon show.
as your last hit.
They were discontinued
Don't go away. We'll be right
in
back.
1994 with the collapse of the California Raisin Advisory Board.
Same old wilted greens got you singing the blues.
Well, try the magic touch of the new Princess Styling.
Flashing lights. Jesus.
Abandoned ideas.
Limp, lifeless roots?
No!
We'll tell you when the flashing lights are
Princess
over.
Styling Wand will soon have you blooming like a rose. Even the most difficult styling problems can be transformed with appeal using Princess, the Princess Styling Wand. A cut above the rest.
Flashing lights are probably over.
Tomorrow at noon.
Puffy.
I love
Noah
fake
never
commercials.
Dreams proposes marriage. What will Honey do?
Oh.
Will she say she can't elope? If Fern's transplant is successful, will she pull up roots and return to Boston?
These are some great puns.
Join us for room temperature romance tomorrow on The Young and the Seedless.
Puffy.
KVEG, television that grows on you.
The Raisins' TV debut creates a sensation, but rumors of a hoax spread when they fail to show up for concerts and recording sessions.
Hey, come on. They were in the hospital for a year, for crying out loud. But let me tell you something. They were troopers. They were troopers.
So it says in 1994, members of the grape farming industry were growing alarmed at the increased fees driven by an ever-escalating amount of money being spent on the California Raisins campaign. So the California Raisin Advisory Board folded.
Indeed, a street corner. The Raisins knew they'd have to start all over singing here if
This seems like a biased statement in a Wikipedia article, but it says, the structure of the campaign and resulted in all the profits from the campaign being funneled back to the advertising agency for more commercials and merchandise. Oh yeah, we had the Happy Meal figurines.
Rocky roll! All right. Thank you very much. Okay, for the next two, I'm going to do a little number called I'm Scratchy on the Inside.
Woo! Lick broccoli is among the first of the British broccoli invasion. With morbid fascination, the media swarms to cover his mega-decibel detonations.
That cat had a glass-shattering voice.
It was the tight pants. Had to be the pants.
The Raisins' street experience
Elvis
gives
Parsley
them
poster.
a richness of style to match their talent. They are now ready for success. Ironically, they find no work.
Hey, we couldn't drop line. Then I got an idea so great, I got a headache. Blew my brains out. I
Oh my
couldn't believe
God.
it. Something to change the course of music forever. Live elevator music.
That's a good punk rock broccoli.
John, with boy and Santa, saw a miracle coming and they jump back in the air, baby. Yeah!
And so it was less than a success.
Live elevator music is a very good
Another
gag.
5 years, you're going to be seeing this everywhere.
Penniless and desperate, the Raisins turned to doing singing telegrams.
We prefer to think of them as intimate outdoor performances.
Remember that one we delivered to the mountain climber?
A real cliffhanger.
I know you wanna leave me. I refuse to let you go. If I have to beg and plead for your sympathy, I don't mind, 'cause you mean that much to me. And you got to beg, sweet darling, please don't leave me, girl. Ain't you proud to
I love these instruments. Oh my God. Oh, I meant big band, not big bang, but it got it. If I learned one thing from cartoons growing up, it's that if you fall off of a mountain, there will always be a fragile branch with a bird on it that you can grab for a brief respite until it snaps. Yeah, my health. So you can go to. So what's the simplest way to explain this? The simplest way to make a ghost alert appear is if you cheer 200 bits with the phrase "ghost of something," and make sure that's lowercase ghost of, because I haven't made that case insensitive yet. 200 bits with ghost of whatever you want to see. You can also go to goldenvcr.com and log in with your Twitch account, and then there's on the homepage a place where you can send in the ghost alerts if you have golden VCR fun points. It costs 200 golden VCR fun points, and if you cheer with bits, you get golden VCR fun points in exchange. Or if you subscribe, you get 600 golden VCR fun points for your subscription and for every month that you send a reset message.
The Raisins' flair for spectacle impresses myopic Italian
Correct,
film director Federico Rasbarini. Hey, these are heroes look just alike meatballs. That's nice. Hire them. Rasparini saw in the Raisins a new wave of Italian cinema.
Yeah, this whole segment may get cut out. I'm not sure. I'm never sure what's going to get content matched and which of those things are going to be blocked. But if something is blocked, it just gets cut out of the VOD. Ghost of Elvis Parsley. There have only been, I think, two or three tapes that have had segments that had to be cut out. The Broccolis.
Yeah, I talked to both of them myself.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Maya. Oh yeah, the VODs are on YouTube, on the YouTube channel Golden VCR. Also, you can go to goldenvcr.com and see the details of every past broadcast, and that'll show you like what tapes we watched. And that page will have a link to the VOD as well. They're wearing ape masks. This does seem like a very elaborate way to advertise Raisins when you think about it.
Federico is so full of passion, so full of life, so full of
fertilizer?
Paramount. Huh.
What do you make of that, Mr. Spore?
Insufficient data, Captain.
Speculation?
My alien half does not speculate, Captain. However, my raisin half says...
Papa, 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 uma, mau, mau, papa, mau, mau, papa, mau, mau, papa, mau, mau, papa, funniest sound I ever heard. Now I can't understand a single word.
Though the films are a success, import restrictions on foreign produce quarantines them, leaving the raw stock rotting on the docks. Yet, fate has not finished with the California Raisins, as we shall soon see.
Hey, don't go away. The California Raisins will be right back.
Ooh, more fake commercials. I think it misinterpreted bridge here.
And now, with a KVEG news break, here's Dan Radish.
Doctors at St. Vegetarian Medical Center today announced the successful completion of the world's first artichoke heart transplant. Film and recipes at 11.
Why don't they put all the clocks on the wall behind news anchors anymore? Oh, this is just like the original California Raisins commercial, I think.
California Raisins from the California Vineyards.
Don't you know I heard it through the grapevine?
Sounds great, doesn't it?
The unemployment rate skyrocketed to an all-time high last month. Experts blame the job shortage on the rising popularity of wax fruit. As a result, thousands of local apples and pears have been canned. For KVEG Newsbreak, I'm Dan Radish.
Welcome, Renee. Glad you could be here for this.
Europe had gone sour for these X-grapes.
The California Raisins.
Decide,
Meet the Raisins.
I write the songs that make.
And so they decide to undertake a goodwill tour.
Rated right up there with kissing fruit flies.
Yeah, I'd rather vacation in a Waldorf salad.
What do you want from me, huh? We need a fresh territory. Well, that's just what I did.
Will Peters for the Ghost of Marvin Gaye.
The
Thank you.
Raisins find themselves on a grueling
It kind of almost looks like Marvin Gaye.
around the Arctic Circle. Exhausted, tensions run high, but the group doggedly plays on.
Today we have watched Portrait of a Great Lady, Eyewitness, Reptile, and we're on California Raisins.
Stoko's! Get the Stoko's here! Get them while they're hot! Only one left. Ever see one?
This cat they talking about, I wonder who could it be? 'Cause I know I'm the heaviest cat you ever did see. When you see me walking down the street, none of the fellas want to speak. On the faces they don't.
Welcome, Trekkies.
'Cause I know I'm the king of the ooh,
Yeah, I would love to learn more at some point about the claymation process used by Venton Productions, because this is very elaborate. Like, there's a lot of secondary animation. There's a lot of shots of like multiple characters moving independently. It's fairly fluid for stop motion. Like that bow is moving. There's a lot of like good fundamentals of animation. And stop motion is just very like laborious and difficult.
Yes, smoke it. Now everybody, I want to hear you all. Come on, people. Hey, when you see me walking down the street, think twice and then they speak. On the faces they all wear a smirk 'cause they know I'm the king of the ooh, job. Come on, people. Can you do it now? Come on,
Yeah, I mean, this has like character in a way that low budget CG
Tour
wouldn't.
loses money. The
But I guess this
Raisins
was
had
pretty
no
high
choice
budget.
But to return home in defeat.
Somehow, I don't
was
like
ironic.
the profit margins on Raisins
Tighter than they'd ever been.
can't be
They
that
were, in fact,
that
one
wide.
very solid group indeed. September 14th. The return flight to Fresno is expected to take 21 hours and 46 minutes. Instead, it will end suddenly and drastically, out of fuel, and unimaginably far from home.
It was the worst day of my life. A nightmare come true.
I had a feeling up me spine, I did. That same night we was on the Ed Succotash show, I just knew something really bad was going to happen. Go.
And now, for our teen audience, here's lick broccoli from the herbicide.
I love that they've fleshed out this entire punk band. It's just the yin to the Raisins yang.
Like a fool when you stay too long. Now I'm wondering if your love's still strong.
Ooh, baby, here I am, sign seed living, I'm yours.
And that time I went and said goodbye. Now I'm back and not ashamed to cry.
Ooh, baby, here I am, sign seed living, I'm yours. Are those peppers or apples? These are like some BoJack Horseman level puns. Some of them. Just like the depth and richness. You're just immersed in puns. After reading the Wikipedia article about how like pissed off the grape farmers were about how much money was being funneled into the advertising and production for this.
At what?
Singing the Ed Succotash show.
It does.
Superstar.
It does make me
You mean they're
reflect on like what a cocaine-fueled orgy of capitalism the marketing business must have been in the 80s. Ruben Studdard, who was one of the early American Idol winners, he was from Birmingham, so we all rooted for him. This was one of his favorite numbers. I think I'm going to run ads after this tape for 3 minutes because I need to go to the bathroom anyway. And that'll turn off pre-rolls. Yeah, the Clay. It was down to Ruben and Clay. I forget who was the official winner that year because Ruben won in all our hearts.
A tender encounter with the perfect date.
But they both went on to have brief music careers.
And fruit cocktail parties. Then dial 976 Veggie and meet the tasty morsels you dream of.
Well, actually, I'm studying to be a cobbler.
Ooh, you must be rolling in dough.
So what are you waiting for? Call 976 Veggie. That's 976 VEGI.
Those are some really good puns. I do think if you had used the word orgy, it would have been rejected. So, good thinking.
And of course, dumb luck have shaped the Raisins' career.
And it goes from Brad. Oh!
Or as Shakespeare so aptly put it, some are born
Shakespeare.
grape,
Huh.
some achieve grapeness, and some have grapeness thrust
Stacks
upon
of
them.
cash. Thank you, Brad.
And now for our final offering, we present never-before-seen footage of the group's very first performance. This has been Cecil Time saying good night.
This is a little song we've been working on.
So many people involved in advertising Raisins. I mean, it created a real work of culture. So I can't be too hard on it. This is supposed to be their first performance. So I think it's like they were still, they were grapes. They are more grape-like when they're younger.
I wrote that song.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's like Meet the Beatles, but Meet the Raisins. You could buy the soundtrack. You could buy so many products and paraphernalia of the California Raisins. Oh, I guess, it is Heard It Through the Grapevine. They don't even have to change it. That was fun. This was another one sent in by Bella Bunny. So Bella Bunny who had to split. Hopefully Bella catches this one on the phone. I don't think there's a stinger. I'm not feeling a stinger. I'm not sensing a stinger. I think that was it. We did it. Yeah, I liked the California Raisins quite a bit, actually. It was cleverer and like more professionally crafted than I would have expected. Just only knowing it from my childhood bed sheets and MacDonald's toys. California Raisins. Meet the Raisins. Tape 116, another one down. We are up to what? Number 144. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what Content ID does to that VOD. So, for the next few minutes, if you're a subscriber and you don't need to get a snack, talk amongst yourselves, and I will be right back. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads. I'm going to go use the restroom, and I'll be back in a moment. Hi, welcome back. Welcome back to Leica Eats Peanut stream. Ooh. Yeah, I don't want people to send me Disney movies, but I would love it if people sent me knockoff Disney movies. So let's see here. What do we want to watch? Yeah, I would not do a stream where I fed peanuts to Mal. Here's our Christmas stuff for next time. We're gonna. It may not be exclusively Christmas next year, or next stream, but maybe it will be. Oh yeah. And Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, will be, I think, the last stream of the year for Golden VCR, because we're doing some traveling over the holiday. So we'll be taking a little break and coming back at you in January. So with that said, I guess this is an important choice, huh? This may be your last opportunity of 2023 to see non-Christmas tapes from the Golden VCR collection. Should we do Plantation Homes? They looked really short. We could also bring the mood down with Out of the Jungle. Okay. Let's grab Plantation Homes. I think I'll have time for another one after that. I want to see Durango and Silverton Railroad too. Let's watch Plantation Homes and then leave it open for the subsequent tape. So just be thinking about what you might want to see after Plantation Homes. Tour 11 Magnificent Estates. Ooh, okay. Be right back. Oh no, my VCR cam. Yeah. I remember, I think my school quit doing this, but I think it was when my sister was in like 5th grade or something. They toured a local plantation as like a school field trip. And they, it's very whitewashy, a lot of the like history that you get from, the interpretive history at plantations. I think it's, in some places it's gotten better and more like representative, but when my sister went on a field trip to a plantation home in Alabama in, 1993 or whatever, it was like, this is where the slaves lived. They were very happy here. Some slave owners were nice to their slaves. And, like, that was it. So, usually they just kind of dance around it. Not rewound. Okay. Damn it. How unkind. Yeah, I guess the challenge of screening exclusively media that was on a format that became obsolete in the 2000s is that you get a perspective on history from some of these tapes that is not up to date. I was going to be like, send in videotapes of, less revisionist history and we'll watch them. And, like, that's not impossible. But it's, harder to find stuff on VHS that shows a balanced perspective. We are rewinding this tape real good. This is Virginia's Great Plantation Homes, featuring Carter's Grove, Monticello, Mount Vernon, Shirley, Berkeley, Kenmore, Oatlands, Stratford Hall, Gunston Hall, Arlington House, and Ashland Highland. I expect this to mostly be about the houses and the decor and all that. Packed with care by Lorena. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Please mention my name in any correspondence. Jesus. My tape was packed improperly. Please berate Lorena. Thank you, Lorena. And remember, this one has an unconditional lifetime guarantee, so if you don't like it, actually don't write to the distributor of this tape and tell them where you saw it. I would appreciate it if you didn't do that. Okay. Are y'all ready to see Virginia's Great Plantation Homes here on Golden VCR? Let's do it. Here we go. It's spinning up. It's a plan. Yes, Virginia, there is a plantation. I got some trail mix. I'm going to eat it. There's no good way to eat trail mix out of a bowl. I do think one thing we learned from this is that you can't judge a tape by its cover. It may surprise you. It may not.
The Commonwealth of Virginia illustrates the continuity of American life more vividly than any other state. It was here at Jamestown in 1607 that America began. The colony grew, and the capital was moved westward to a town that was soon renamed Williamsburg. Later, Richmond became the state capital. Well into the 19th century, family-owned plantation farms were the social and, more importantly, the economic backbone of the state. Some of the plantation homes are among the most beautiful and most famous buildings in America. Mount Vernon, for example, and Monticello. Carter's Grove near Williamsburg. Others, too, built earlier or later, have long and fascinating histories. Happily, many homes have been restored, and today they're meaningful reminders of what life was like in Virginia 2 centuries or more ago. Most plantations, like Virginia itself, had humble beginnings. In 1618, a ship carrying 220 settlers left England for a new Virginia plantation called Martin's Hundred. It was located on the James, a few miles downriver from Jamestown. The settlers established Wolstenholme Town as the administrative center of the plantation.
I've recently been learning in
a village of about 30 to 40
the History of English podcast about the English settlements at Roanoke,
scattered in and near a palisaded fort
in the Outer Banks of North Carolina that failed spectacularly. But I haven't gotten to this part
yet. On March 22, 1622, there was an Indian uprising against the invaders throughout much of the colony. This painting of the raid on Berkeley Hundred, 40 miles or so upriver, shows how fierce and widespread the attack was. Many settlers were killed or captured. The little settlement of Wolstenholme Town eventually disappeared.
Yeah, there were many attempts, but
the Virginia colony prospered,
two or three,
thanks in good part to the tobacco.
3 or 4 times they dropped people off around Roanoke
before the end of the 17th
started up
century,
a colony, and then
great fortunes and vast plantations had been founded on profits from the weed. Of all the landowners in the colony, Robert Carter, called King Carter, was by far the wealthiest. His family name is linked with the histories of many Virginia plantation homes. Shirley Plantation is located about 35 miles west of Williamsburg in Charles City County. Shirley was founded in 1613, only 6 years after Jamestown. The plantation was granted to Edward Hill in 1660. The present mansion, the walls of which are 2 feet thick, was begun by a Hill descendant in 1723. His daughter married John Carter,
One of the
son of
the
Robert
early
King
English
Carter,
settlements at
and
Roanoke,
John completed the house.
like before the Lost Colony.
From the outside, Shirley may seem a
They had
trifle
taken
less
this approach of like
imposing than some other Virginia plantation homes.
mysterious, ghostly,
Carter put
dank
his most creative
Roanoke weed.
architectural triumph inside, in the entrance hall.
Beautiful.
Shirley's famous flying staircase, the only one of its kind in America, soars upward 3
Thank you, Brad.
stories with no visible support. Hidden iron stringers anchored the stairway firmly to the
It's a
wall.
nice staircase. So early on, when the British were
Shirley still looks much as it did when it was first built.
trying to establish
Although
colonies
the
in North
porticos
America,
over each entrance were added in 1831.
they had this attitude of like,
On the
hey,
peak of the roof
we should
is
be
a
like less
carved wooden
conquistador-y.
pineapple, 3.5
The Spanish
feet
are just like murdering everyone. We
The
should like
pineapple was
be
the
cool,
symbol of
and
hospitality
then also try and
in
convert them to
18th century
Christianity.
America.
And also,
It
they didn't know that
indicated
their diseases would kill them
travelers were
anyway.
welcome.
But you know, things were going okay early on at this
Families
Roanoke
have
colony,
always been kind
and then they apparently at some point like a couple of
Civil War,
valuable things were stolen from one of their ships or like went missing, and they just blamed the natives for it and went to their village, and instead of like handling it diplomatically,
to hundreds of wounded Union
they just
soldiers as
killed
they
everyone
lay
and burned the
along
village to the ground.
Shirley, waiting for transportation to a northern hospital.
And the problem was they couldn't really survive without the support
There's a
of the
hint of
local
irony
people.
in that generous incident.
And the local people were like, "You killed all of us and burned our village to the
In
ground."
1793,
And so they became
long before the
hostile
war, a related
and
event
like
took
let
place
them
in the
starve to
Carter of
death.
Shirley. Virginia's
And then,
governor, Light
you know,
Horse Harry Lee, married
In
Anne
future
Gill
settlements,
Carter in
there
this
was a
week.
large contingent of the
They
local
were to
people that were
become the
like, "Hey, why don't we
parents
just murder
of
them
Robert
because
E.
they
Lee.
murdered us?"
On the
So
land
you can have the
beside
best of
Shirley is a
intentions,
group of
but
fine brick outbuildings built at the same time as the
once
mansion.
the situation on the ground
They
tends to be
form the
different,
Queen
and
Anne forecourt, unique in America.
greed and pettiness will tend to override your
Old farming equipment is on
best
display.
intentions if you don't manage your shit well.
The plantation kitchen was in use until 1940.
Sorry, I've been talking over plantation history.
Shirley is the oldest plantation in Virginia. The Hill Carter families have owned it since 1660. The 9th and 10th
Oh, that was the guy that grew all the
generations
weed,
live here
right?
today. Shirley is still a working plantation. It's also a place where family tradition and a sense of continuity are among the most important factors of life. Berkeley Plantation, also on the James River in Charles City County, has one of the longest histories of all Virginia plantations. Berkeley 100 was settled in 1619. A day of Thanksgiving was celebrated here a year before the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth, Massachusetts. The site eventually became Berkeley Plantation, home of the Harrison family. The mansion was built in 1726 by Benjamin Harrison IV for his wife, Anne Carter. Benjamin Harrison V was the owner of Berkeley during the American Revolution. He not only signed the Declaration of Independence, he had the honor of first reading it to the Continental Congress. Late in the war, Berkeley was pillaged by British troops led by America's most infamous traitor, Benedict Arnold. Benjamin's son, William Henry Harrison, was born at Berkeley. In 1840, he was elected 9th President of the United States. He died of pneumonia after serving only 1 month, the first president to die in office.
He died in 30
In July
days.
1862, Union General George B. McClellan and his army of 140,000 men encamped here through the period of the 7 Days' battles. President Abraham Lincoln twice visited Berkeley and reviewed the troops.
Oh no.
This
Something
was
went
the site
wrong.
of the first military use of hot air balloons
That's
to
not good.
observe enemy positions and movements.
Let me try this again, because
A Union bugler composed the deeply affecting call, "Taps," at Berkeley. Financial problems caused the Harrisons to
Yeah, they
lose
go to
Berkeley.
Discord regardless, but
By the end of the 19th
I
century,
think
it
my
had been
overlay is
abandoned.
running into some slight
The estate
issues.
was bought in 1907 by the family of John Jameson of Scotland. Later, his son, Malcolm Jameson, with his wife, Grace, restored the home and grounds to their original
I'm all for dunking on William Henry Harrison.
All
here.
Americans owe this couple a great debt.
Why do they have they have a TV in the background because the VHS influence.
In the south drawing room, the portrait over the fireplace is of Mrs. Jameson's great-great-grandmother, a niece of Thomas Jefferson. Throughout the house, many decorations show an Oriental influence. This reflects America's increasing trade with China toward the close of the 18th century. In the handsome dining room, over a period of many years, each of the nation's first 10 presidents was entertained. Berkeley's spacious central hall leads out to the restored boxwood gardens. The authentic landscapes are once again brilliant with lovely flowers. Berkeley, too, is a working plantation, proudly carrying on traditions that stretch back over 375 years.
Getting Nailed in the Butt by My Handsome Dining Room is a Chuck Tingle
Stratford
novel
Hall,
I would read.
Birthplace of Robert E. Lee, is located on a high bluff above the Potomac River, a little over 50 miles east of Fredericksburg. The mansion was built by Thomas Lee during the late 1730s, at about the time Shirley was under construction far to the south on the James. The great house is solid and symmetrical, distinctively built on the form of a capital H. The most conspicuous exterior features are the two huge clusters of 4 chimneys each. The broad outside stairway leads directly to the south entrance. The doors open into the Great Hall, which isn't simply a passageway, as in some other plantation homes.
There was a Chuck Tingle podcast for a
30
while.
feet square, with
I think
handsomely
it was called
paneled
Nailed in the
walls
Butt by My Own
14 feet
Podcast or something like that. Narrated by Chuck Tingle himself. It was very good. Haley and I listened to like the entirety of it while driving on road trips.
Here were found their finest furnishings and family portraits. There was a quiet corner for a chat over coffee, or perhaps political discussions
Hey, thank you.
enlivened by a convivial bowl of punch.
Thank you for the cheer, Jeswick.
The arrangement of rooms at Stratford Hall is unique in colonial architecture. The parlor, the Great Hall, and other formal rooms are on the second floor, while the service areas and some bedrooms are on the ground floor. The dining room, although used for formal entertaining, is arranged here for a more modest family meal. The most historic room in Stratford is on the second floor. This is the master chamber. Robert E. Lee was born in this room on January 19, 1807, youngest son of Light Horse Harry Lee and Anne Hill Carter Lee. His crib still stands near his mother's bed. The boys' room on the ground floor evokes not only Robert's childhood, but that of 2 other famous Americans. Years before Robert's birth, Richard Henry and Francis Lightfoot Lee grew up at Stratford. They were the only brothers to sign the Declaration of Independence. A large kitchen occupies part
Howdy,
of
Green
one
Day Rock.
outbuilding.
I'm eating trail mix, and we're
The
learning
stable
about
and the
Virginia's
farm
great
animals
plantation
nearby
homes.
are reminders that this, too, is a working plantation, one of the oldest in the state. Even the reconstructed grist mill, powered by water and using 18th century wooden gears, still grinds corn and other grains. Stratford Hall, like the honor and patriotism of the illustrious Lee family itself, endures to this day.
Honor and patriotism. Yes. Robert E. Lee, the greatest patriot,
Plantations had
who
elements in
led the army that
they were generally farmed,
rose up
not for
against
profit.
the nation.
Before the 18th century ended, the more progressive landowners discovered that tobacco depleted the soil, and wheat eventually became the staple crop. Other industries might also be important. In many years, at Mount Vernon, for example, the Potomac River fisheries yielded more income than agriculture.
I mean, he was patriotic to Virginia, I guess.
Often the plantations were nearly self-sufficient communities, where little was bought that couldn't be grown or made. There was usually a number of outbuildings called dependencies, clustered near the main house.
Oh, we got a high P?
The kitchen generally occupied one of these outbuildings, rather than being part of the house itself.
I could make an alert thing for
this
that, too.
This plan lessened the danger of fire and kept heat and cooking odors away from the home.
Wow.
Other dependencies might include a laundry,
that one's pretty
stables,
cool looking,
storehouses, and a smokehouse for meat, game, and fish.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they've acknowledged slavery at all
And
yet.
rivers were the main arteries of travel and commerce. Guests often arrived by boat. The front door of most plantation homes.
I saw like a human figure emerging from the flag triumphantly.
Mount Vernon, home of George Washington, is one of the most instantly recognizable buildings in America. He acquired the original plantation in 1754 when he was just 22 years old. Washington began a program of enlarging and embellishing both the mansion and the estate that was to continue as long
It's
as
subscriber number 1 to Golden VCR Land 144 with
he
the 2
married
gift subs.
Martha
Thank you.
Dandridge Custis, an attractive widow with 2 youngsters.
Have gone to Ultra Husk.
Although George and Martha never
Good to
had
have you,
children
Ultra
of their
Husk.
own,
And
they raised her son and daughter as part of an affectionate family group. Social activities were centered in the West Parlor.
Thank you, Ultra Husk.
Family portraits
Sorry.
on the walls of this
Welcome, Ultra Husk and Lixrin, to the community of subscribers.
The small
And
dining
thank
room
you,
was
Lan.
the setting for most family meals. Without question, Washington preferred intimate evening meals here to the larger,
Thank you so
more
much for
elaborate
gifting 5
entertainments
subs
his
to the
public
community.
position often required. As Washington participated more and more in local and colonial affairs, an increasing number of guests came to call. They first entered the passage, a broad central hall extending the full width of the house.
We got gift subs
Downstairs
to
bedrooms were
Cascadia, Cyber Seedling, Starlone Gunner, Kazumi, and Trainswreck. Thank you.
The bedroom at Mount Vernon opens
very much.
directly off the passage. Guests were also lodged in some rooms on the second floor.
Get ready for VCR
It was
noise.
sometimes necessary for the servants to set up additional beds. Also on the second floor, there was a fine master bed chamber for George and Martha.
It only plays one alert at a
To
time,
avoid
so
some
the ghosts
privacy,
will
it was
arrive
not
after this.
readily accessible from the rest of the house. Many of the mansion's furnishings were imported. Although Martha's dressing table was made in Virginia.
Oh my God, that's a perfect George Washington and a perfect PlayStation 4 controller.
She managed a large and busy household.
Oh, that's great. That is
Among
great.
other
Thank you
tasks,
for the ghost,
She
Smile.
oversaw work in the spinning house, where yarn was spun from flax grown here at Mount Vernon.
Oh my God, he's got
and
the
wool from the
he's got the
estate's
deal with its shades.
The woven cloth was used to make clothes for the slaves. Clothing for the Washington family was generally bought.
I love the penguin
at
statue in the background.
Williamsburg.
Thank you for the penguin ghost.
Some of
Jason.
Washington's slaves lived here.
Oh, they
By the
did
end of
say
the
slaves.
Revolution In 1783, the general had come to believe that the emancipation of slaves was the only just course. By the terms of his will, his slaves were to be freed after Martha's death. The workday of the master of Mount Vernon began as early as 4 or 5 a.m. After breakfast, he set out on horseback inspecting operations at the farms, quarry, fisheries, and other business enterprises that were conducted at Mount Vernon. But of all the activities on the plantation, it was farming, the efficient raising of crops, that most appealed to Washington's practical nature. He experimented with new plants and fertilizer. He tested
I like
crop
John
rotation.
Adams. This is why I like John Adams. He was one of the few of the
progressive farmers in America.
framers of the Constitution who did not own
In
slaves
the 18th century,
because he found it objectionable
architecture was not a widely established
and
profession.
believed in doing his own work.
Details and even designs for entire buildings were often adapted from English pattern books, or copied from existing structures.
There's a really good HBO miniseries called John Adams.
Washington
it's based on a
himself seems
biography
to have
of
been
him.
the guiding force in the design of Mount Vernon. The most dramatic feature of the mansion is the broad piazza.
It just very, very vividly
stretching the
depicts
entire
that,
length of the
that period
house.
in history.
Its grand proportions are ideally suited to show off the splendid view of the Potomac River. The piazza was Washington's own innovative design. Public life often forced Washington to be absent from Mount Vernon. He was away for 8 years as commander of the American forces during the Revolution. Later, he participated in framing the Constitution.
Yeah,
and served
I
2
read the David
terms as
McCullough
first
biography
president
too when I was
of
in
the new
college
nation.
because I liked the miniseries so much.
When he was able to be home, he busied himself with the domestic tasks he loved. The study
Yeah,
was
I
his
really liked it.
headquarters. It was from here that he conducted the business of the plantation.
Oh my God,
Both of
96%
Martha's
on the
children
hype
had
train.
died before the end of the war.
I
But
don't
she
know
and
what
her
that
husband
means.
raised 2 of her 4 grandchildren.
But I
The
assume
boy
part
on
of what
the
it means is
left
that
George
y'all have
Washington
been
Parke Custis,
cheering.
who will appear again
I have
in
seen
the
you
story.
cheering, in fact, and I appreciate you cheering. And gifting subs,
Washington
man.
returned home for good in 1797.
What a neat
He
community.
and Martha entertained an unending series of guests.
I've said it before, but I'll say it
The
again.
Mount Vernon kitchen often produced huge dinners.
I'm really grateful to
There
all
could
of you
be
for
3
being
or 4
here and
meats,
vibing
half a
and
dozen
enjoying this with me.
vegetables, and a variety of desserts. Plus a choice
And
of
yeah, Paul
wines,
Giamatti was
beer,
really
and
good in
cider.
John Adams.
At times, the staff included 2 cooks and 2 waiters under the direction of a steward or housekeeper.
Oh no.
The large dining room received Washington's special attention. This is by far the most spacious room in the mansion, and it's the most elaborate and most formal. Its design illustrates the 18th
That's a good
century
ghost train.
fondness for balance and symmetry.
Yeah, please don't call
The
me
room was
daddy unless you
designed for
really, really need
entertainments
to.
of almost any size. For large
Choo-choo.
dinners, trestle tables were set
Aw,
up and
amazing.
covered with damask cloths.
Thank you
Desserts
for the
could be as
choo-choo.
extravagant as the entrees. Martha's granddaughter, Nellie Custis, who grew up at Mount Vernon, occupied this bedroom. The crib used by her first child is near her own bed. During these later years, Washington's happiest hours may well have been spent in the company of close friends and family. Nellie played sweetly on the elegant English harpsichord.
Man, I want a harpsichord.
Now and then, Washington might set aside his book and spectacles to listen to the music. December 12, 1799 was a cold, wintry day. The general busied himself with improvements along the Potomac. He returned home with snow on his hair and shoulders. He became ill during the night and died in his bed at Mount Vernon on December 14, 1799. For 3 days, his body lay on view in the same room that had seen so many happy occasions. Martha closed their bedroom and moved into a small, simple garret chamber on the 3rd floor. She survived her illustrious husband by only 2.5 years.
Well, that was good for the slaves that got freed when she died.
Their remains were eventually moved to the present tomb, where they rest forever side by side, honored by all Americans. Every year on his birthday, Washington is given a special tribute with a military fife and drum corps and soldiers in Revolutionary War uniforms. There's a solemn ceremony at the tomb, including the presentation of a floral tribute sent by our country's chief executive. Large numbers of people have always visited the home of this great and beloved man. Now the mansion, grounds, and outbuildings are lovingly and authentically maintained by the Mount Vernon Ladies Association. They have preserved the real monument to the father of his country, this stately home itself. In life, no matter where public affairs may have taken him, this is where his heart remained. This is where his heart is now,
I think there are a lot of,
Gunston Hall
you
is
know, there are a lot of
located
things that I
in a
respect about the life of George
southwest
Washington.
of Mount Vernon. Its owner was George Mason,
I think
a political thinker who played a significant
I think
role in the
we have
formation of our
learned that the like interpretation of history where you just go, he was a great man, and then
Mason
that's
wrote
it,
Virginia's Declaration of Rights.
is a little outmoded.
This became the model for the first 10 amendments to the federal Constitution, and he is therefore known as the father of the Bill of Rights. Mason himself began building Gunston Hall in 1755, but soon contracted with William Buckland, a young English carpenter-joiner, to complete the work.
I would assume that
Buckland
Virginia
designed the remarkable interior decoration.
is, or at least was at some point.
Although many plantation houses can boast fine decorative work in plaster, that at Gunston Hall is elaborately carved in wood.
Yeah, for sure, Brad.
The broad center hall divides the first floor. The formal dining room is in the popular Chinese style. Among the most striking touches are the ornaments with pagoda-like hoods above the doors.
It is wild, the hypocrisy of, like, you know,
The parlor is considered Buckland's triumph.
all the freedom
In this
stuff.
room alone, Gunston Hall displays the most intricate and
With all the like, we need the Southerners too. We gotta have slavery.
Across the hall from the formal rooms were two family rooms.
Like, I think
The
Thomas Jefferson is a
Mama's
very
room
fascinating
was the
character.
Mason's bedroom. Mama was the former Anne Eilbeck.
Oh
who
no,
Mason had married
her
in
eyes, that painting.
1750.
That
Mason
they should
paid
have
her
gotten
a
their money
sweet
back for that painting.
She never met me without a smile. One closet here was used as a kind of pantry where the most expensive kitchen supplies were stored and prudently doled out to the servants.
Anyway, David McCullough's biography of John Adams goes into a lot of detail too on Jefferson
Next
and
to the
his life.
chamber is the
and,
little
like,
parlor used by Mason as his study.
how he
His
was,
Declaration of Rights contains
you know,
eternal truths.
he believed that slavery was a great evil that had to be eradicated, and then he lived a lifestyle that depended entirely on having slaves.
Many of his statements
And
were
just, like,
adapted by his friend
kept
Thomas
going to
Jefferson
Paris and
when he
buying
wrote
stuff
the
on
Declaration
credit
of
and
Independence 2 months later.
ran out of money because he just had to buy nice things without
Near the desk in
paying for
Mason's
it.
study are crutches and a chair with a leg rest.
Had to have his
He was
slaves
afflicted with gout for
cultivate
much
his
of his
crops and cook all his meals and have all the finest things in life.
The second floor hall gives access to rooms for the children and their governess. George Mason died in 1792, and Gunston Hall passed out of his family in 1866. Subsequent owners made some changes, both outside and in, before the Commonwealth of Virginia took over the estate in 1949. Exacting restoration work continues to this day. Kenmore in the city of Fredericksburg is a sturdy brick manor house. It was built in the mid-1750s by Fielding Lewis, who later supplied arms to the American forces during the Revolution. His wife Betty was the sister of George Washington. When Kenmore was first built, it boasted fields and forests on all sides. But well before the 18th century ended, the town was
it's
crowding close.
Mr. Rogers' colonial neighborhood.
Today, the mansion and its gardens are completely surrounded by the city. The house is Georgian in architecture, symmetrical and orderly.
Yeah, I learned a little bit
Its
about this in
unadorned
art
exterior
history.
contrasts sharply with the astonishing plasterwork
or I guess just
decoration
reading,
of the first floor
like,
rooms.
Gilbert Stuart painted the very famous portrait of Washington that's like on the dollar bill and everything.
These richly elaborate ceilings and overmantels were completed.
He was one of the
sometime
first
after the
like
house was built.
good American painters. There was also John Turnbull that did the
dining room
the big Declaration of Independence painting with all the guys.
And the room itself is the most magnificent
or whatever
in the
his name
mansion.
was. But yeah, like it was a lot of early American portraits are bad.
Washington writes several
because it was
times
just
having dined with a
not
large
common. Like you couldn't find good painters in America. There was no art education in
On
America.
the second floor, the children's room is
People had to be
furnished with
trained in
authentic early
England or
American
in
toys.
France, and then come over and do portraits and stuff. All the portraitists that grew
In
up there
addition to its family connection with Mount
kind of
Vernon,
sucked. until there were enough people who had been trained in Europe to learn for them to learn
Both
from.
were rescued and restored by nationwide campaigns for help and contributions. In the late 1700s, several wooden outbuildings, now long gone, were clustered near the mansion. On the sites of two of them, the laundry to the north and the kitchen to the south, matching brick structures were put up in the late 1920s. An ongoing archaeological program is pursuing further knowledge. A masonry drainage channel was recently uncovered. Because it had Civil War artifacts above it and a trash pit with 18th century items beneath, the channel was clearly built between those periods.
Mr. Rogers' ghostly neighborhood.
The restoration of the gardens at Kenmore was the first major effort of the Garden Club of Virginia. Now the gardens of dozens of historic homes in the Commonwealth have benefited from the club's activities. At Kenmore, the mansion and its grounds have become a significant cultural center in the city of Fredericksburg. Monticello, the home of Thomas Jefferson, is located in Charlottesville. It's been called an autobiographical house. Jefferson himself was the architect, and the building reflects his complex personality and character. This was the first house in America to be built with a dome.
I mean, the Sally Hemings thing was like a scandal at the time, but I think it's been in recent years that there's been like investigation and evidence turned up to conclusively prove that like
Monticello is the Italian word for little mountain.
Like Jefferson, they're
built on a forest.
They DNA tested ancestors of Thomas Jefferson and ancestors of Sally Hemings, and have shown a genetic link.
Construction began in 1770. 2 years later,
and that gets into a lot of difficult territory.
The uncompleted main house to which he
like, how do you frame that relationship? You can't really. There's no conclusive way of knowing how people felt about each other in the past, but given the systems of today, you can't really conclusively say that it was a consensual thing. It's like inherently not.
Plantation homes.
But there is indeed a genetic link there.
Public service repeatedly called Jefferson away from his beloved home. He was a member of the Continental Congress and author of the Declaration of Independence.
The great teeny.
Because of his wife's health and for other reasons,
I love it when it's on a tape.
He retired from public life in 1781. Martha did not regain strength after the birth of their last child and died the next year. He actively involved himself once again in public service, both at home and abroad, and spent little time at Monticello for most of the next 11 years.
Sometimes these streams are wacky and fun, and we learn about CPR aliens, and sometimes we learn about...
He'd been stimulated by the neoclassical architecture he had seen in France.
The perils of historical interpretation, and we contemplate the sins of our forefathers.
He was called back to government duties again as vice president under John Adams. In 1801, he became America's third president.
I feel like we need something fun after this. I did like the Reptiles.
Following his precise instructions.
And the Raisins.
In 1809, Jefferson retired to Monticello for good, deeply in debt from the neglect of his personal affairs. The building of his home was virtually complete. The active retirement of this scholarly man
Eyewitness
was
Peruvian
centered in
pan
his
flute
uniquely
song.
designed study and bedchamber.
We do have 20 minutes of mucus that we could dip into.
The two rooms are connected by his bed, which occupies an alcove, and by an adjoining door.
Jefferson was such a weirdo.
Access to the bedchamber,
He just wanted to sleep in
and
a
the other to
doorway.
his study, which he called his cabinet. The cabinet offered convenience for two activities that took up so much of his time: reading and writing. He used a revolving chair with a bench for a leg rest. Across it was a table that served as his desk. One of his favorite retreats in bad weather was the greenhouse, where he had his workbench. The numerous guests at Monticello were welcomed into the entrance hall. Jefferson designed this extraordinary 7-day clock. Chains with cannonball-like weights are attached to each side.
Oh my God.
And extend to the corners
Grapes,
of the room.
a dinosaur, John McCain, a boardroom,
shows the day
President California Raisin in a meeting with Vice President Reptile.
Jefferson's museum, as he called it, was a major feature of the room.
Thank you.
Indian artifacts from the Lewis and Clark expedition were among the most prized exhibits.
I know there's a lot of speculation that
the collections were dispersed after Jefferson's death.
Thomas Jefferson was on the autism spectrum.
He called the
I don't know
tea
on what
his most
basis, but
honorable suite.
I can see the links.
Here were busts of American heroes, including George Washington and
But I also know that
Benjamin
you can't, conclusively say whether
guests were usually entertained
based
in the
on
parlor.
modern interpretations of
The
diagnostic
parquet
criteria.
floor, made of cherry and beech woods, follows Jefferson's own design. It was one of the first of its kind in America.
Yeah, of course. Like that, exactly.
In hospitality, Jefferson was generous
It's
to
like,
a fault, a fact that
at a certain
contributed
point, you're
to
just
his
writing
death.
speculative fan fiction about Thomas Jefferson in a way
The
that's not
kitchen
really
was at cellar
helpful
level
for
in a
anyone.
connecting wing, not in a separate outbuilding. Servants brought food to the dining room via a long, all-weather
Servants.
passageway under the house.
Helpful
Bottles
servants.
of wine were transported upstairs to the dining room by small dumb waiters, one hidden at each end of the fireplace. The South Square room was the family sitting room. Jefferson's older daughter, Martha Jefferson Randolph, her husband and family moved into Monticello in 1809. Eventually, there were 11 children. Jefferson believed that stairs should be inconspicuous to conserve space. There are 2 stairways at Monticello, each barely 2 feet wide.
Good luck getting a sofa up those, you idiot.
The house. The octagonal dome room is a splendid expression of Jefferson's vision of light and space. At the time of his death, it was a common storeroom. Jefferson devoted great care to the beautification of the grounds. Flower beds were planted along an inviting roundabout walk encircling the west lawn. He was particularly fond of his kitchen garden, which provided food for the table. He experimented with over 250 varieties of vegetables and herbs. The dependencies at Monticello form the large L-shaped extensions from the northern and southern ends of the house. Jefferson's last great public act was to design and establish the University of Virginia in Charlottesville. Little time was left. He kept busy nearly until the end. After a brief illness, he died at Monticello at the age of 83 on July 4th, 1826.
John Adams died the same day.
Anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Jefferson is buried on the grounds near his beloved home.
But he wasn't
his
Virginia,
heirs, unable
from
to pay
Virginia,
his debts,
so I guess we don't care
were
about John
forced
Adams
to
in this
sell
tape.
nearly everything. The estate fell into neglect and decay. Uriah P. Levy bought Monticello in 1834, hoping to restore it as a monument to the great man's glory. In 1879, Jefferson Levy, Uriah's nephew, acquired the estate. Much needed repairs were made. Inside, the rooms were decorated in the ornate Victorian
the fog.
style.
The idea that
A striking
fog
contrast with their original appearance
is produced by neglect of an estate.
In 1923, the Thomas Jefferson Memorial Foundation bought the home and estate from the Levy family. Its continuing goal is to restore Monticello and its grounds to their appearance in Jefferson's time. Tours were begun.
The automatic doors are an example of Jefferson's fondness for mechanical contrivances. How these must have delighted his grandchildren. They operate by means of a chain under the floorboards that moves in a figure 8 between 2 wheels at the pivot points of the door.
Jefferson, this astonishing man whose genius helped to shape the nation, wrote once, All my wishes end where I hope my days will end. At Monticello.
Are there more houses?
About 2 miles south of Monticello is Highland.
I really thought
home
this
of
would be a
America's
shorter
first
tape.
President James Monroe and his wife Elizabeth. The house is now known as Ash Lawn Highland and includes a large 2-story Victorian addition constructed long after Monroe's death. The Monroe's original farm was the present site of the University of Virginia. In 1793, Monroe bought the Highland Plantation to be nearer his friend Thomas Jefferson, under whom he had read law in his youth.
How many of these houses have we
The
got?
following year, however, Monroe was appointed minister to France. He authorized Jefferson to locate the house at Highland. The Monroes moved into Highland late in 1799, expecting it to be only a temporary house. But with absences for government service, it was their home for the next quarter century. They called Highland a cabin castle, and from the outside it is rather less than grand. But if its exterior suggests a typical farmhouse of the period, inside it's far more.
Just real quick, I want to check on this and see what we're looking at. Oh boy, 72 minutes. Yeah, that seems about right. Okay. I'm going to make a poll real quick. Here's a poll. Yeah, the wide reels threw me. I thought it'd be like 30 minutes at most. Do we continue Virginia House or do we watch something else? Keep in mind we can always come back to tapes if we don't finish them, as we have done with the bloopers. Okay, it looks like people want to be done with Virginia House. So, tell you what, we can be done with Virginia House for today. Clear the tape. Then let's find... There's a part of me that wants to switch... Yeah, I mean, I was enjoying it. I feel like we've been heavy on educational content this stream, and with the Portrait of a Great Lady, we already had, like, just person talking over footage about history. So maybe we can come back to this if there's interest. But until then, what would be something fun? What do you think? Educational, no. We want fun. Bloopers might be fun. Religion might be fun. Let's see. These are all movies. These are fitness. Sudan is time running out. Definitely not fun. Navy SEALs, not particularly fun. More World War II, not fun. Yeah, Narragansett Railroad might be fun. Fly fishing is 90 minutes. Some of these are very long. Fitness would be fun, but I'm not set up for it, and they tend to be pretty long. Mystery tape, I think, is something I want to tackle as maybe a dedicated stream idea, like, because usually it's like 4 or 6 hours on a tape of like TV recordings, and we're just kind of trawling through. Pure Danger I am interested in, not for today, but it's just a B movie that has really bad reviews. And it would be fun to do like a Golden VCR Sunday night movie or something. Let's see. What if we do... Let's see. We had reptiles, but not a lot of like cartoon stuff. What if we did Old MacDonald's Farm? Bella had to leave. So maybe... I'm trying to find something not educational. Something fun and not educational. Shaping the will without breaking the spirit. Not fun. Blooper Mania would be fun, but it's 60 minutes. We could just do bloopers. Yeah, folk art I think is longer. North Carolina is my home. It's an hour. Man. I gotta come up with something too that'll like pick tapes at random that we haven't seen. Old MacDonald or bloopers. Yeah. I'm kinda feeling you on that. I'm kinda with you. I mean, we could watch Temple of Deliverance. It's time that Satan gives it back. Sermon number 949. Let's do bloopers, and then maybe we could make this our new blooper tape of just time filler religious content. Yeah, let me... what tape was that? Let me find it. Let me go grab it. I have it set aside somewhere. We have just two... well, actually, we do... It doesn't fit the bill right now, but we do have that, like, 30-minute feature about undersea Hawaii, like the ocean craters of Hawaii or whatever, that was on the Hawaii tape that we left for another time. So we have, I think, 3 tapes that we have watched but not finished, and that's Discovering Hawaii, the bloopers, and Mucus. Oh, we could play the music video again. Don't do that to us. Let's check out some bloopers. What name? This is number 37. So let me pull that up real quick. Tape 37, Homecoming bloopers from the Gaither Gospel series. Let's do it. We're almost done. We're almost done with the bloopers.
Never before been seen. What? Hawaii. It's
Hold
rough.
on. Let's get their intro to this. Oh no. Oh my god, lizard. Oh, I love this so much. Sorry, by rewinding, I'm causing there to be more bloopers that you have to watch. That was really good. That was a really good post.
In the early days of the videos, you know, Bill was trying to think of ways to promote them and sell them, and I came up with the idea, actually, of let's do some commercials. I thought that'd be a lot of fun to do some commercials. These have never before been seen. What?
Ooh, tentacle Pope ghost. Religious bloopers. Thank you, Brad.
Hawaii. It's rough, but somebody had to do it. We'll be right back after these commercials. Wow, Bill, did you see that?
I love the no reaction at all from the crowd, and they just
Humpback whales just jumped in the air.
put in a shot of a lady
Humpback whale just jumped in the air.
looking mildly amused.
No, what are you looking at?
The brand new Gaither video from Hawaii.
You're kidding. Let me see. We'll all shout loud.
Oh, wow, that is better than a whale.
Mark, there's no way. I'm not wearing this on TV.
Oh, come on, Vestal. Eve wore one.
No way.
Well, I can't get her to wear the grass skirt, but she's still on the new Gaither vocal band video from Hawaii, and boy, does she sing. Come on, Vestal. Bill will love this. I know it's a
They're
fashion
blurring out the
riff,
phone
but
number.
live a little.
No.
If it's too long, we can mow.
Also, is her name Vestal, like the Vestal Virgins?
Shot.
Hey, Guy, where'd you get all that hair?
He lives on a hair farm down in
The rest of
Columbia,
the goddess, I guess, that the Vestal Virgins
That's where
were
Jake and I get all our wigs.
committed to.
Hi friends, Mark Lowry here. I want to tell you about the new Gaither shampoo. It's sort of a wash what's there shampoo. The only shampoo for the man with the overly balding, overly permed, hard to handle hair.
Mark, for crying out loud, what are you doing telling them about shampoo? Why don't you be telling them about our brand new video, Down by the Tabernacle?
You mean it's out?
It's out now, Mark.
If you call the 800 number, you can get it right now?
Yeah, you can get it now. Hey, but don't leave Mark. Gloria.
Down by the tabernacle, oh.
Do you know why I pulled you over?
It's probably because I speak. Yeah? Well, it's not my fault. Did you know Bill Gaither gives away a free cassette with every Down by the Tabernacle video you order? But you know what? It's your lucky day. It's a good thing you
my
pulled
God,
me
indeed.
over. Because if you dial the 800 number, you too can get your free cassette with every Down by the Tabernacle video you order. This is your lucky day. How do I order? Call that 1-800 number. Bill Gaither will pick up. Tell him you want that free cassette. Do it. Works every time. One of the great pleasures of working with Bill Gaither for the last 13 years is he lets you make fun of him. We've made fun of his hair, his nose, his teeth, his stuttering, and not just me, everybody. I mean,
Got the one cop that listens to gospel music.
But this is some outtakes of different things, because it's an easy target making fun of Bill. Just watch.
Here come the cameras. Here come the cameras. Here we go.
Oh, I guess that's Dan now.
And let's check that solo. Hey Ed, why don't you dismiss us? Okay, and when we go back into it, that will be the tag.
His hair is overly permed. Wow.
Microphone. When did you have to leave? Louder, louder. Get me way. Yeah. Look your neighbor and say, pray for Bill. Wait.
I think I want to make an emote of the guy with the mustache, the other permed guy, the gray-haired permed guy with the mustache that they kept that they made fun of for not knowing his lines a few streams back, and they just kept cutting to him going, ah.
Wait. It ain't Haynes till he says it's Haynes.
It wasn't the dude with the insanely low voice.
Wouldn't it be great to change
Low voice dude was like 95 years old.
Sit back down, and we'll do it.
But yeah, the pencil mustache guy. I'll point him out when we see him again. They always cut to him all the time. I forget his name. I'm not much of a Gaither head.
This happened recently, and I've got to tell this because we've got a clip tonight of this. And I actually ran behind the known circles and prearranged this. So I don't know if Bill has actually seen this video or not. This happened recently in concert. It was hilarious. We were coming out of the most beautiful moment in the second half of the concert. The vocal band had sung "Sinner Saved by Grace," and it was just a sweet spirit in the place. And the crowd was just at a hush. And if I'm not mistaken, we were going into Go Rest High on the mountain. Just a beautiful moment. And Bill had sustained the choir with his hand, and we were holding that last note as Anthony began to play the pickups into the next song. And Bill sat down and put his mic down and took out his hanky. Watch the rest.
That was a really long-winded setup. Where we have a clip of Bill blowing his nose.
You were trying so hard not to laugh. Show that one more time. Do that one more time.
Play it one more time, okay?
Oh, that is funny. Watch their faces.
That guy. That's the guy.
What's David?
He just keeps smiling with his mouth agape in every shot where they show him.
Well, this has been a fun evening, and there's a whole lot more of it, but I suppose we better bring this to a close. I do think I want you to see just one more clip. Let's watch this, okay?
One more blooper.
Most everybody's doing too much talking.
That's the guy. That's the song they were making fun of him for.
Bill, I know that J. Cass has been a big influence in your life.
Emo gender bending Jesus. I love it. Thank you, Haley.
You got your poly grip? I do. We're going to the beautiful rooftop of the Indiana rooftop roof.
I didn't say I knew it. I said I wanted to sing it.
Okay, they put in the condensed blooper reel at the end of the blooper reel.
I ain't said I look.
See, this is what a blooper reel should be. Oh yeah.
Hi, I'm Roger.
I'm Deborah.
We have it.
And I'm Lauren. And we're the Tally Trio.
I normally would call Haley 92 just Haley instead of Haley 92, but I usually feel like I have to disambiguate.
For many of you who have been there from the very beginning, you remember the first time that Doris Akers, a very, very famous songwriter, who wrote Sweet, Sweet Spirit, Sweet Jesus, I Can Never Outlove the Lord, and many other great, I wrote that down.
See there? Makes my point. You don't even know what you do.
We just want you to know that down in Georgia we have some big old, no, what is it?
We don't have big O.
No, big old, little old, little old.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
I quit. I've been married 44 years to the same woman. We have 3 children, 2 of them adopted, but we couldn't find anybody to take that third.
When our family gets together these days, it's a noisy affair with 4
Big old, little
generations
old.
and lots of babies.
Edited and added.
Idiot. When God saves you, you're just a saved idiot. That's all.
I think it was Naomi Hago and the Seagots. I hated this song.
When we lapse into a spiritual coma,
Oh, this guy was good.
may the resuscitating breath of the Holy Spirit revive our souls.
That guy was the highlight of this tape.
Well known for great gospel music, both white and gospel music. And in a few moments,
I'm standing on the banks of the Mississippi here in New Orleans. You know, a lot of great musical talent has come from Louisiana. In fact, this next group.
Yeah, the old ladies were great.
Louisiana too. I forgot what I said.
I did get a kick out of
There's nothing
great
better
gospel music, both white and gospel.
Go nowhere. We'll be right back. Come on.
It's great to know that we could have just skipped to the very end of his tape and watched 5 minutes of it to get the full experience.
Hi, I'm Bill Gaither. Many of you have asked, are there other videos available? Well, there are. Just call this toll-free number for more information.
Ah. That's another tape down. Oh yeah, the like 40 minutes of dumping on tenors. Oh boy.
I know that your last nerve is shot. I'm sorry for that twinge you got. It's been a
Their website is gaithernet.com.
I came across about third or fourth out. I came across a whole big box of these blue toilet plungers, and I bought two because I got two toilets. Don't you hate going to someone's house for dinner, and they've hid the plunger?
I don't really like Mark Lowry that much. You know, he's a lovable goof. He's got his own, like, he has stage presence, but to me it's the wrong kind of stage presence. Now this guy, on the other hand, I love this little scamp. He don't know the words to the song. He can't come in on his cue. He's just happy about it. He knows how to emote. Was that it? Was that the end? Oh, beautiful. We really did it, folks. We finished the Gaither Gospel Homecoming bloopers. It really feels like we've run a marathon, doesn't it? It's the end of an era. The end of Homecoming bloopers. Okay. So, here's the thing. We're done with this. I don't know how y'all are feeling. I could do one more. We've been live for 3.5 hours. We've gone 4 before. I think 4 is a good place to wrap up. So, does anyone want to stick around for one more tape? If so, excellent. I'm going to run ads again and go get some water. And then I will make a poll for our one final tape. It's between, here's what we can do. We can watch Old MacDonald's Farm, which is a 27-minute, looks like a low-budget animated musical number for kids. We haven't had anything really like super kid-focused other than the Reptiles, which, you know, isn't like kid focused. So we can do Old MacDonald's Farm, or as we just finished our reserve tape of Homecoming bloopers, we could also finish our reserve tape of Love and Fertility and finish the mucus. So I'll make a poll for that once we get back. And in the meantime, stay with us. We'll be right back. Think about whether you want mucus or Old MacDonald. Be right back. Hello. Hello, hello. I got a can of lime sparkling water. And I think we have 5 more seconds on the ads for people who aren't subscribed. But I have here in front of me. Yes. Welcome back, welcome back. I have here in front of me Old MacDonald's Farm and Love and Fertility mucus tape. I am going to make a poll real quick, and we'll see where the popular sentiment lies. Let's see. With which shape shall the stream reach its climax? Mucus tape. Old MacDonald's Farm. 1 minute poll. Poll is live. Let's see what we get. Old MacDonald's Farm taking a strong lead. A commanding lead, in fact. It's looking like we got 20 votes for Old MacDonald's Farm and 6 for mucus tape. Okay. Let's find Old MacDonald's Farm. Old MacDonald's Farm by a brand called Embassy 2000. I don't know what that's about. It's from 1989 from Canada. It's in Couleur. Okay, so this is for shorts with farm animal friends. Copyright 1989 S&D Sales, Downsview, Ontario. Printed and manufactured in Canada. Packages designed by Yuck Cartoons. Featuring Old MacDonald Had a Farm, and Farm Foolery, Crazy Town, and Ants in the Plants. I also really like the label on this one. Like, it's nicely professionally packaged. And then the label is just like written in pen. Old MacDonald's Farm. This seems like it, yeah, it might be similar to the Tuba one. I don't know if these shorts are going to be, I mean, they're like thematically related. They're all farm-ish. But, yeah, I don't know if they're like by the same studios or if they're totally different things like the Tuba tape was. In any case, here we are. Thank you all for sticking with us. This will be our last tape. It is Old MacDonald's Farm. We'll get there. Please don't destroy my VCR. We got the little blinky light that's like, we're looking for the tape. We can't find it. Tracking. Oh. Oh boy. This tape may be shot. We'll see if it improves. Thank you, Brad, for your support. and especially the gift subs and the ghost cheers. Very much appreciated. And it looks like Ghost of Old MacDonald's. Oh, you know what? I gotta add that to my to-do list, Green Day Rock. Let me. You can keep those 200 golden VCR fun points. Let me resubmit your Ghost. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! We just can't get away from it. It's because it's capitalized, yeah, which is a really silly bug on my part. Oh man. Old MacDonald's farm. I love the pillar going up to the sky that the cows are all entranced by and moving toward. The fog indicates that the farm has fallen into disrepair. It's got to be Ghost of... Brad, I don't know if you've logged into goldenvcr.com, but you can do it there if you want to resubmit that. So this seems to be one of those brand of cartoons from the 40s, I guess, where they were basically like, let's animate a scene and just figure out how many ways we can cram racial stereotypes into it.
Folks, how about joining in with it and singing
Yicks.
a song? Let me see now.
Thank you, Brad.
Here's a right good one. Old MacDonald had a farm, eh? You remember that? Well, if you don't, maybe this'll help you. Just follow the bouncing ball. Old MacDonald had a farm.
It's a sing-along. I got food in my mouth. Here a chick, there a chick, everywhere a chick, chick. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on this farm he had some ducks, E-I-E-I-O. With a quack, quack here and a quack, quack there. Here a quack, there a quack, everywhere a quack, quack. Chick, chick here and a chick, chick there. Here a chick, there a chick, everywhere a chick, chick. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Just the boys.
Now, only the girls.
Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on this farm he had some mules, E-I-E-I-O.
The two genders, ducks and mules.
Here and he there, haw, everywhere he haw, moo moo here and a moo moo there. Here a moo, there a moo, everywhere moo moo, quack quack here and a quack quack there. Here a quack, there a quack, everywhere quack quack, chick chick here and a chick chick there.
Here a chick, there a chick, everywhere a chick, chick. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O.
Alternate.
Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on this farm he had some pigs, E-I-E-I-O. With a like here and a like there. Here and like there, like everywhere, like. Hee-haw here and a hee-haw there. Here and he there, haw, everywhere hee-haw. Moo moo here and a moo moo there. Here a moo, there a moo, everywhere moo moo. Quack quack here and a quack quack there. Here a quack there, quack everywhere, quack quack. Chick chick here and a chick chick there. Here a chick there, chick everywhere, chick chick.
Yeah, this is a legit sing-along. This used to be a thing, like in the cartoons that played before the movies. Everybody in the theater would get to sing along. I kind of wish they still did that. I mean, I think I'd get tired of singing Old MacDonald. I'm pretty tired of Old MacDonald at this point already. London was firebombed today. Now sing along with these ducks. Old MacDonald. Okay, so these are all, I think, old Paramount cartoons.
Like the birdies do, though the day may be long, you never will go wrong. Off key, on key, any old key, just start the day with a song.
Guessed a fever with the only prescription is more cowbell. Guessed a fever? Oh. Tracking. 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 We have lost tracking. Oh. There we go. Nope. The capture device just shows a blue screen instead of static. This capture device is really, really good compared to the crappy Elgato thing I was using before. Not only does it like capture the signal and interlace 60 FPS, but I can then de-interlace. That's just the Popeye music. It also maintains tracking a lot better. The Elgato would cut out, and like whenever it lost tracking, it would have to like reacquire the signal, and it would, even if there was a tiny blip in the tape, it would, you know, be out for several seconds. This thing is way better. It's some Japanese thing. It's the GV USB 2. It only cost me like $40 or something. And there's, boy, I guess Steven's streams have camera talk and mine have VCR talk. This VCR doesn't do S-video, which would improve the quality of the capture, but also like that would not do anything to this. Like if this is the input quality that you're working with, it doesn't really matter if it's composite or component or S-video.
Harvest is just the time of the year to sing that old favorite, Shine On Harvest Moon.
Are these all sing-alongs?
Well, if you don't, just follow me.
Shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky. I ain't had no lovin' since January, February, June, or July. Snow time ain't no time. I don't know this song very well. Shine on, harvest moon, my gal. Shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky. I ain't had no lovin' since January, February, June, or July. Snow time ain't no time to stay outdoors and spoon. So shine on, harvest moon, for me and my gal.
Now let's hear it good and loud.
Oh, thank you. Please do let me know if the singing is overly loud or obnoxious. I don't know how it comes through on the tape, but I am not an accomplished singer. Up in the sky, I ain't had no lovin' since January, February, June, or July. Snow time ain't no time to stay outdoors and spoon. So shine on, harvest moon, for me and my gal. I love Jiggle Barn. Oh no, Turkey in the Straw. The end. What else we got? Oh, this one. Oh my God, the quality. This is a Harvey tune now. The hell is a Harvey tune? It's Crazy Town. What does this have to do with Old MacDonald's farm? Yeah, this isn't a farm at all. Can't wait to see Nickelodeon's Barnyard at a Jiggle Barn. Oh my God. Wow. That's a furry barn dance. That is 100% a furry barn dance. Amazing. Yes, thank you, Brad. The quality of this film to VHS transfer is truly abysmal. It's crazy town. Everything is topsy-turvy in crazy town. Mail sorting octopus. I love him. The Short Island Railroad. Oh, we had the same idea. This is fun. We get to see how different they are for basically the same prompt. Oh, his little hat with the USPS logo. Thank you, Maya Hall, for the bits, for the cheer. I love the hat. And Brad, Eldritch Horror Post Office. Oh my God. It's pretty good at Eldritch Horror.
A horseshoe for good luck.
Oh no. I gotta fit it. The things popping up means that my overlay graphics webpage is reloading, I think, or getting duplicate data from the event stream. But it's really annoying because it's in an OBS browser source, which is not like an easy thing to debug. You can't just like open the console. Oh, you can? Crazy town. Thank you, Green Day Rock. I don't know how, Chaz, but I will look into that. Oh, sweet. I will have to do that. Nice. Yeah, nice port number. I actually run everything as root so that I can bind to port 69. This is odd. I can look at my logs, I guess. Yeah, I think so. The data that it's getting for that little graphic to pop up is from an event source. And when you first connect to the event source, it shows you the thing, right? It gives you, whenever a connection is open, it gives you the information for the current tape, and then every time the tape changes. So I'm pretty sure what's happening is the event source is losing the connection and then automatically reconnecting, which is something that event source just does. So I'm probably running into bottlenecks on my network bandwidth on the single droplet that's handling all the connections from me and everyone who's going to goldenvcr.com, etc. Maybe it's time to upgrade my server and send the plants. Cool. Thanks for being here, Green Day Rock. Have a good one. My inbound bandwidth did just spike. So maybe that's why. Is this one farm related? Not really. It's more ant related.
Listen, my soldiers, and you shall hear of the vicious enemy we have to fear. He's a menace. He's
Pitch
a
shifted
brute.
voice.
He will scoop you with his snoot. If you're caught
He will scoop you with his snoot.
if you ever chance to meet him, make him yell, Uncle! Uncle! Yeah! Just take him in the snoot. We'll take
He will scoop you with his snoot.
Make him yell, Uncle!
Oh no. Yeah, I just tried submitting a ghost alert myself, and I'm getting a 503 error from my own API. So yes, this is a scaling issue on my end, I think.
We're not scared of anything that's tall. If we see him
Zelda Master, I'm using I'm using DigitalOcean for all my like cloud stuff. The front end app that you get when you go to goldenvcr.com is hosted in like a bucket, an S3 bucket on DigitalOcean. And then the back end is all running on a single DigitalOpen droplet, which is like their VM, and it's the smallest one you can buy. That's running absolutely everything. So that's probably why.
Calling all ants! Calling all ants! Run for your lives! Danger! Public ant enemy number 1 at large! Do you want to be his next victim? Then scram!
The anteater is coming.
We'll make him yell, Uncle!
I like how sometimes it's just like gluing a picture, a JPEG of blue jeans on top of ants. There was that one stream a few weeks back where my chat just stopped working, the chat overlay. That's a similar issue to what I'm seeing now, so I just need to do a bit of scaling. Oh, yeah, I'm getting more 503 errors. It's times like these, Chaz, that I wish I had, like, done actual logging on any of these backend servers. These applications, like, the logging is very sparse. Because when I was starting to do this stuff, I didn't know, like, the canonical way of doing logging in Go. It's like they just introduced a new structured logging package to the standard library, but it was still experimental, and I was like, I don't know how to initialize the logger and the handler, so I just am like printfing random, occasional things, but not actually like logging all the requests or anything. So that's probably gonna have to change at some point. But yeah, people supporting with their cheers and their subscriptions means that this is no longer a net loss in infrastructure costs, so I can afford to scale up. So really and truly, thank you all for your engagement and support. Thanks to you, the stream can go ahead, continue without breaking all the time, hopefully. Yay. Man, these lazy bastards didn't even put a cool intro or outro graphic on their compilation of tapes of cartoons they bought the rights to. Yeah, I think I will. I was hoping to. I still have more Bella Bunny tapes to put on that shelf. Maybe that one more shelf's worth. And then there's more stuff besides that I have that I need to put in. And then arriving today, if they haven't already arrived, are 2 packages. One from Cosmic Searle, one from, was it Brad whose package was coming in today? I forget. We got a lot of tapes coming in. So, yes, I'll either need to get more storage space or we'll just have to watch more tapes. Oh, wonderful, Deb. Well, I'll get it. Awesome. Yeah, I'll be going to the post office soon and hopefully posting more of those on the website before I leave town. But speaking of leaving town, I will be out after Wednesday stream. So once again, we finished Homecoming Bloopers. I can add this to the pile of finished tapes. We still have Virginia's Great Plantation Homes if you want more of that, and Mucus tape. So I'll leave those out. Yeah, I think, I don't know how much work I'm going to do over the break. I'm kind of a fan of using your vacation as a vacation. But I do think I'll bring a laptop to Christmas in Wisconsin and might, work on things here and there just for fun. So I think any big changes will wait until after that. Anyway, this coming Wednesday at 10 a.m., join us for the final Golden VCR stream of 2023. We'll be watching some Christmas tapes. I'll have to remember to get some Christmas tunes instead of the cool VHS music. Yeah. One other thing I should mention is that I think this is fine. Our good pal. Oh, did OBS freeze? The image properties box. Okay. So just in case anyone's interested, our good pal Joshy D is doing his 4th annual Tater Tot Hot Dish stream tonight on his channel. That's twitch.tv/Joshy_D. If you're interested in, it's optional, but you can make a Tater Tot Hot Dish to enjoy yourself. We'll all be watching, and we'll all be eating Tater Tot Hot Dish. This is the 4th year that Joshy D has done this. Every year, we sit around Hallmark Channel footage of a fire, and we enjoy our Tater Tot Hot Dish. And Joshy D reads to us a Christmas story. The first year, he read us the authorized biography of Vanilla Ice, and the next year it was the authorized scholastic biography of New Kids on the Block, and then it was Paula Abdul. And we don't know what it's going to be this year. It's a fun surprise, but it's always some fun school book fair kind of affair to celebrate the holiday. So if you're interested in that, check out josh.tv, twitch.tv/Joshy_D. We'll be a lot of us will be hanging out on that stream tonight. Just wanted to rep what my friend is doing because it's always a great time. Otherwise, I'll see y'all Wednesday for Christmas stream right here on Golden VCR. I believe that's it. Thank you all for being here. Hope you have a great day, and love and joy to you. Should I run the intro again? I'm going to run the intro again. I don't plan to do this all the time, but just because I'm proud of it. Intro. It can also be an outro. I feel like I made that tastefully short. Anyway, much love to you. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to yourself. Have a lovely day. And I'll see you again on Wednesday. Bye.